Having a Rainbow Heartwarming by And What I See Is Me. Applejack sat back on her haunches and admired her work, having just completed hammering in the last new shingle on her barn's roof. There wasn't as much farm work to be done during the winter, but that didn't mean there wasn't still plenty to be done to keep a mare busy. Nothing fought the winter chill better than working hard and getting your chores done. This here roof had needed some fixing for a while now, and it was about time some pony got around to doing it. Her being up here had nothing to do with being able to keep a better eye out on the skies above Ponyville. No siree. She certainly wasn't up there fixing up this roof just as an excuse to better see when her mare friend would be returning home. That was a ridiculous accusation. She insisted to herself as her eyes scanned the horizon for the 100th time today. Where was that rainbow dash anyway? Surely she ought to have been back by now. Not that AJ was counting the minutes or anything foolish like that. She stood up in excitement when she suddenly caught her first sight of Rainbow flying towards her. She squinted in concern as she watched the Pegasus coming closer toward her. Was she flying slower than usual? Was she gliding? Applejack scrambled down the ladder and rushed toward an open area of field, awaiting Dash's landing. Something was wrong. It had to be. She'd never seen Rainbow looking so glum while flying. The way she was flying up there, she was pretty sure Fluttershy could have outraced her to the farm. No offense meant to Flutters, of course. Applejack scrambled down off the roof and hurried to where Dash was landing out in the fields. She hoped the Pegasus hadn't hurt herself during training. She didn't know too much about Pegasi wings, though Dash had certainly been providing her an education on her dexterity since they'd gotten more serious in their relationship. But she had no doubt that all those fancy tricks and stunts she did in the Wonderbolts came with some risk. She galloped full speed to her mare friend, anxious to hear what was wrong. "Oh, hey AJ," Dash glumly greeted her when she'd arrived to meet Rainbow. Dash's voice sounded flat and lifeless, without a hint of the usual exuberance she usually greeted Applejack with when returning from a training week. "Rainbow, is everything alright? You look as wilted as a dried out apple. What happened?" Applejack asked with concern. "Oh, nothing," Rainbow replied, idly kicking at the ground with a hoof. "Spitfire asked me to take over as captain when she retires next year." "What?" Applejack hollered in excitement. "Well, shoot, that's great news, Dash. You've been eyeing that spot up for yourself for years now, you dang prankster. You really had me fooled with your whole sad sack act. I turned it down, AJ," Dash cut her off. Applejack could see that the Pegasus was fighting back tears. "What? Why in Equestria would you turn that down, Dash?" AJ asked. "You'll have been eyeing that title up for years now." Rainbow shrugged. "Captain's a full-time job, AJ," she answered. "It would mean I'd have to move back to Cloudsdale and live there full-time." "Well, what the hey does that have to do with..." "Oh." Applejack realized the reason before she finished asking. "Of course. Can't have an Earth Pony girlfriend living with you up there in the clouds." She suddenly felt as rotten as an unpicked apple lying in the dirt. "Yeah," was all Rainbow could respond with. "Well, maybe Trial Starlight could magic up a way to make that cloud walking spell of theirs permanent, Dash. Then I'd be fine living up there with you," Applejack suggested hopefully. Dash shook her head. "Even if they could, it would just mean you'd be stuck at home all the time. Not many places you can go in Cloudsdale if you can't fly between clouds," Dash explained. "Besides, I could never ask you to leave this farm, AJ. This is more your home than anywhere up in Cloudsdale will ever be mine." Applejack felt terrible, frustration and regret welling up inside her as she understood the sacrifice Rainbow was making for her. She racked her brain to think up some solution that would work for both of them, without forcing them apart from one another. Hey, it's alright, AJ, Dash reassured her, trying to put some cheer into her voice. Soren will make a way better captain than me anyway. He's way better at all that boring administrative stuff. This just means I'll have more time to focus on my awesome flying moves instead of lame paperwork. Dang it, Dash. You don't have to put on a brave face just to cheer me up, you know, Applejack said, bopping her mere friend affectionately on the snout with a hoof. I just wish there was some way I could make this right for us. Well, there is one thing, Rainbow offered cryptically. On my way home, I thought of the perfect heartwarming gift I could get from you. Though, it's a bit of a big ask. Now hold on there, Missy. If it's the thing we did in the barn last Hearts and Hooves Day, with all those whips and ropes, I already told you I just ain't comfortable doing that stuff to you, Applejack stated. She knew Rainbow had enjoyed all that stuff they'd done. Heck, half of Ponyville probably knew after all the racket Dash had made expressing that enjoyment. But AJ just couldn't bring herself to do that stuff to some pony she loved again. No, Dash replied, rapidly shaking her head back and forth. Nothing like that. It's something much simpler. Oh? Well, out with it then. What do you want? AJ asked. Just say yes, Dash answered with a nervous smile on her face. Say yes to what? Applejack gasped, eyes bulging wide, as Rainbow pulled a gorgeous ring looped through a golden chain, which she delicately clasped around the Earth Pony's neck. You know I'm no good at this sappy stuff, AJ, but I realized when I turned down Spitfire's offer that what I really want to do is spend the rest of my life with you, Rainbow explained as she stepped back and admired the ring hanging around Applejack's neck. So, how about it? Will you take me as your mare? Applejack was struck speechless as her brain tried to process what Rainbow was asking her, unable to form the words she wanted to say. She did the only thing her body could manage. Wrapping her hooves around the Pegasus, she pulled her in for a particularly emotional and passionate kiss.
Kiss you made no sound. Come hell high water, I'll catch you before you fall.
Rainbow was more than happy to match Applejack's passion as their kiss intensified. They continued to make out until the need for air forced them apart, both bears gasping in lungfuls of air as their eyes locked. Can I take that as a yes? Rainbow asked once she had caught her breath, her usual cockiness finally returning to her voice. Does a Backwell red apple make a fine sharp cider? Applejack eagerly responded. Does it? Rainbow asked, confused. Yes! Applejack explained before pulling her soon-to-be wife in for another kiss, albeit a shorter one this time. Shucks, I guess we ought to tell every pony the good news. No doubt Pinkie Pie will want to throw a big party to celebrate, she mused. I'm sure she will, Rainbow agreed. But before all that, I can think of a few ways to celebrate our engagement just between the two of us, she teased. Race you to the barn? Applejack asked. Last one there has to wear the wedding dress, Rainbow shouted before darting away. Dagnammit, Rainbow, that's cheating, Applejack shouted after her before galloping to catch up. In a few days, they would be celebrating their first heartwarming of the rest of their lives. They'd have to tell their families and friends, plan for a wedding, and plan out their whole future together. But for now, neither mare was concerned about what the future might hold for them. Tonight, all they cared about was showing each other how much love they held for one another. Over and over and over again, all through the night.
Gonna make you love me. Hell or high water, I'm gonna make you love me. Love me. Love me.
Author's note. Happy holidays, everyone. Hope you received all the ponies from Santa that you asked for. A Visit from the Sisters by Anon Moss. 'Twas the eve of heartwarming, and all through the town all the ponies were smiling with nary a frown. Everyone was laughing and in a fine mood, with drinks and candies and lots of good food. Foals huddled by fires, wrapped in blankets tight, as their elders told stories of the first fateful night. Everyone was jolly and filled with good cheer, except for one anon who smelled of cheap beer. He was all by himself, locked up in his home, where he brooded and pouted and drank all alone. He sat in the dark, his mind all muddled, as beer after beer he gulped down and guzzled. He downed each bottle, only to wince at the taste, but the discomfort did little to slow his quick pace. He had just finished his sixth and reached down for one more, when suddenly there came 3 knocks on his door. At the noise he did stiffened, his face became grim. There was only one pony who'd be there to see him. This late at night, with weather so cold, if he opened that door he knew what he'd behold. A mare of yellow coat and pink mane, who visited each day come hail, snow or rain. She always came calling with some stupid guess, and just the thought of her now brought him much more distress. Grumbling to himself, he rose from his chair. I wonder what she wants now, that stupid little mare. Across the room he stumbled, his footsteps uneasy, for he had drank half his supply of beer already. He finally managed to find the door with great care, and he threw it wide open to shout at the mare. But instead of Fluttershy, he found instead Strawn, upon his doorhead the princess of the sun and the moon. Their faces were red, and they giggled quite gamely, as they swayed back and forth in a manner ungainly. With their flanks on the floor and their hooves in the air, their crowns were gone and their chests were both bare. As the door opened they looked at the man, and with a drunk smile Luna quickly began to cheer and to shout, though her words were quite slurred. "Ah, there he is!" she practically purred. "Oh, anon," Celestia said with a snort and a smile. "We finally found you, though it took us a while. We were looking for you all over the town. Luckily Pinky told us where you could be found." Anon stared at the mares, his mind all befuddled, as they stared back at him, large grins on their muzzles. After a moment he finally slumped and sighed, and opening the door he motioned them inside. "Get your flanks in here," he said through his teeth, "and Luna, kindly stop eating my wreath." The mares didn't need to be told more than twice, and they slipped inside out of the cold and the ice. They glanced around blankly as he slid the lock in place. Then Celestia said with a sad look on her face, "Where is the fire? Where are the treats? Where are the streamers and the decorative sheets?" "You'll find none of them here," Anon said with a scowl, and the sisters could see that his mood was quite foul. "I haven't celebrated the holidays in over 3 years, but if you're looking for a drink, I have some more beers." Luna looked sad, in fact she looked quite forlorn, but not Celestia, who quickly lit up her long horn. And in a flash of light and a jingle-like sound, festive things began to appear all around. There was a tree in the corner and the streamers down the halls, and wreaths and garland appeared on the walls. Candles appeared with their flames all a-flicker, as Celestia danced around with a whinny and a nicker. In short order his home was covered in tinsel and lace, and a merry fire was roaring in the proper place. It was so brilliant, and the dark all but disappeared, as Celestia stood there grinning from ear to ear. "There we are," she said with a drunken half giggle, and diving on his couch she began to wiggle. Under the blankets in front of the roaring fire, Anon just stood there trying to figure out what had transpired. "Where did this come from? What have you done?" "Oh, Anon," she giggled, "don't ruin the fun. My sister and I have watched you each year, as you sit all alone and drown in your beer. That's no way to celebrate such a wonderful night, so my sister and I are here to make everything right." "'Tis true," Luna added with a lopsided grin, "for I too know about the sorrow that lies deep within." "You two are crazy," Anon harped. "I'm perfectly fine." Celestia then pouted and held up some wine. "Please, Anon," she said, her lip all a quiver, "will you at least let us help you kill off your liver?" Anon stared at the bottle and tried to debate whether or not he was in the right state. To deal with these ponies they could be quite tricky, but eventually he decided that he couldn't be picky. And company was company, especially tonight, so with a sigh he nodded and said, "Alright. We'll do things your way, but just so you know, if either of you try something you're out in the snow." "Why, Anon!" Celestia cried with a startled gasp. "We would never do something so vulgar and crass. We've just come to help you celebrate the holidays proper." And with that she quickly pulled out the stopper. They drank all of the wine and partook in the treats, even as snow slowly continued to blanket the sheets, and soon enough a smile appeared on Anon's face as the sisters helped him escape depression's embrace. The trio laughed and they joked through the dark winter night, chatting and singing in the soft firelight. They snuggled deep down in blankets so warm, ignoring the snow that outside did storm. They spoke of past experiences of friends they had known. The sisters told of the days before they had taken the throne, and Anon had too tales of his past, which he had shared with no one but now revealed at last. It was just about nearing 4:15 when Luna suddenly started to snore. She had fallen asleep right there on the rug, with frosting on her lips and eggnog in her mug. Celestia and Anon both watched her with smiles as they continued to work through their candy stockpiles. Slowly the fire began to fade until only embers remained, and that's when Anon's smile slowly began to fade. He looked at Celestia with her coat all so white, and he thought about what had transpired that night. So as the embers and the burnt logs did sputter, Anon leaned back and said in a mutter, "Thank you, Celestia, for all that you've done, but all of this stuff you've clearly overdone. I'm no one to waste such time and such flair. Your efforts tonight would have been better spent elsewhere. I'm not all that special, not in the least, yet you come here bearing good food and a feast, the likes of which I've never had before. So tell me, Celestia, why did you knock on my door?" Celestia was quiet for quite a long while, but when she did answer, she did so with a smile. She unfurled a wing and pulled him in close, till a scent hit his nose of lilac and rose. "My dear little human," she hummed in her chest, "when it comes to how you're feeling, I know it the best. For hundreds of years I have been all alone, celebrating the holidays in my room on my own. I'd stare up at the moon and the face it did bear, and I'd think of my sister who was trapped up there. Together we suffered in our own special way, her during the night and me during the day. We both know the feeling of sorrow and hopeless grief, so that's why we came to you tonight bearing relief. For this is a lesson we both learned too well on our own. No pony should ever have to suffer the holidays alone." With that she yawned, and lay down on her head and promptly fell asleep using the couch as a bed. Anon just sat there, the princess's head in his lap, as the embers before him quietly continued to pop and to snap. He stroked her mane gently, his touch was so light, and he felt himself begin to drift off for the night. He whispered slowly with his eyes full of tears, "Thank you, Celestia, for the best gift I've had in years." And with that he snuggled on down into the blankets warm, where he would stay until the dull light of the morn. Awoke the trio and brought with it a horrible headache. He cared little now though, as that was future Anon's fate. And with that the small party came to an end, but with all three of them now the closest of friends. And with that, I think I'll put this book back on the shelf. Merry Christmas to all, and go fuck yourself.
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel. Mystery. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. Pony. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Fiction. Bro, who? Come and subscribe. Ring that bell.
Twilight's New Year Resolution by Try-Fanatic. It was New Year's Eve, and nearly all of Ponyville had gathered in the centre of town for a celebration at Pinkie Pie's insistence. Everything had been planned by her, from the coming fireworks all the way down to the streamers, which Mayor had been a little opposed to. Every pony had been invited, and all but the most reclusive and isolated in Ponyville had shown up expecting a signature Pinkie Pie party. As usual, the element of laughter had outdone herself, bringing Ponyville together for as much excitement and cheer as they could muster. While most of those in abundance traded stories from the year and hopes for the one ahead, one purple alicorn was content to simply stare across the party at a certain cyan Pegasus. Though she stood next to her friends Rarity and Fluttershy in order to conceal her actions, her eyes restlessly scanned the Pegasus while her mind ran on overdrive. The young mare was unsure when she had developed feelings for her brash friend, but she was even more unsure of how to confess them. "It just doesn't make sense," Twilight thought to herself. "I'm nothing like her. I can't fly fast, or do tricks, or hold a conversation of flying, the Wonderbolts, or anything else she likes. Why am I so drawn to her?" Twilight's eyes drifted from the object of her affections and torment to her nearby friend Rarity. She recalled her unicorn friend's obsession with romance, as well as all the cliches Rarity had such love for. Maybe opposites really do attract. Twilight had promised herself she would wait a while to tell Rainbow how she felt until she was completely sure she wouldn't make a fool of herself by doing so. But, entranced by the wonderful atmosphere Pinkie had set and feeling lonely from another year gone without a special sun pony, the Princess of Friendship found herself plotting to confess tonight. She was just growing desperate for a clever way to do so when a pink blur suddenly appeared by her side. "Rarity! Fluttershy! Twilight!" Pinkie exclaimed. 10 minutes to midnight, so spill! What are your New Year's resolutions?" "Personally, I want to bake a cake so big that it could be sold as a whole bake sale by itself. Of course, I'd have to make sure it could be sold outside without melting, and it would need to be able to last a few days without getting stale. Otherwise, no pony would buy more than a couple slices. Oh, maybe Discord would help me with his chaosy magic to make a super stale-free, weatherproof ultra cake of ultimate flavour." She finished her speech proudly with an ear-to-ear smile and patiently waited for her friends to respond. First to recover from the unanticipated verbal assault, Rarity tossed her hair and met Pinkie's smile with one of her own. "That sounds wonderful, darling, but perhaps you could let me know in advance when you plan to invite Discord over for baking." Upon Pinkie's questioning look, She quickly backpedaled. So I can attend the sale, of course. Nothing more. As for my resolution, I want to finally expand my customer base past Ponyville and occasionally Canterlot. All of Equestria would benefit from wearing my line. And I want my dresses to be seen everywhere. She turned to her shy Pegasus friend. That's me. What about you, Fluttershy? The mare in question could scarcely be heard above the constant drone the party created, forcing her friends to lean in to make out what she was saying. I really want next year to be a little quieter, maybe with fewer dangerous adventures. I mean, only if that would make you girls happy too. She quickly trailed off, hiding behind her long hair once her confidence had petered out. Careless as ever, Pinkie threw her front legs around Rarity and Fluttershy. I think those both sound great! What's your resolution, Twilight? Despite knowing her turn to share was approaching, Twilight had no idea what her resolution could be. The only thing she could think about was halfway across the centre of town, chatting with an orange earth pony. I wonder what her New Year's resolution is. Suddenly, an idea took form in Twilight's mind. Instead of answering her pink friend, the alicorn offered a sly smile. Ask me again after midnight, if you'll excuse me. She began to leave, finishing her sentence as she passed her friend. I have one more thing to do this year. A short walk away, Rainbow Dash and Applejack were locked in their own conversation about the approaching year. Right in the middle of telling her daring friend what she had planned, the apple farmer noticed Twilight moving towards her. Following Applejack's gaze, Rainbow tensed almost imperceptibly upon seeing the alicorn. Only Applejack noticed, who knew exactly why her daredevil of a friend would grow nervous around Twilight. Smiling happy for her smart, organised friend, and knowingly for her athletic restless one, Applejack greeted Twilight as she was in hearing range. Howdy, Sugar Cube. Some party, huh? Once comfortably close to her friends, Twilight answered with equal cheer. It's fantastic! Pinkie always does such a great job. Turning to Rainbow Dash and calming her nerves, Twilight continued. I'm not interrupting anything, am I? Caught off guard, Rainbow scrambled to form a response. No. AJ and I were just discussing, the winter and the, fun we had on Hearth's warming and stuff. Applejack resisted the urge to laugh at Rainbow's flustered change in emotion, sensing that she would be of more use to both her friends somewhere else. She waved at Rarity and behind Twilight. I think Rarity needs to see me right quick. You two keep talking. I'm sure she'll keep me there for a good while. Receiving a happy nod from the princess and a grateful look from Rainbow, Applejack leapt to join her other friends. Once she was sure Twilight couldn't see, her face morphed into the telling expression that she had just lied. Left alone with Rainbow, Twilight clumsily set her plan in motion. It really is a nice party. I can't wait for the new year. All Rainbow responded with was a strained smile, immediately killing any confidence Twilight had built up. Come on, Sparkle, you can do better than that, she thought to herself. Do you have a resolution, Rainbow? What? Rainbow asked, clearly confused. Before Twilight could respond, her mind made the connection. Oh, for the new year, right. Well, I guess... She frantically looked around the party, almost as if she had an answer she wasn't willing to give. I think this is the year I finally joined the Wonderbolts. It's been my dream for so long, you know. Twilight nodded in recognition. She was well aware of Rainbow's life goal, and the familiarity of conversation made her think of her relationship with the blue Pegasus in front of her. She had known Rainbow for several years now, but she was largely the same mare Twilight had met before the summer sun celebration. Headstrong, quick to assume and quicker to act, but always there when she was needed most. Skillful and determined, if a little cocky, Twilight could never tire of watching her friend fly her stunt routines. Well, I told you mine, Rainbow interrupted the alicorn's line of thought. What's your New Year resolution, Twilight? Okay, play this right, just like you planned, Twilight told herself. Well... She giggled shyly, turning away from Rainbow's gaze. It's sort of embarrassing. There's some pony I know who I really like and I want to have a relationship with. I'm not sure if they have any idea how I feel, but I've admired them for a long time. I haven't had the courage to tell them how I feel, but next year I will. Having cast the bait of her trap, Twilight proudly looked up at Rainbow. To her surprise, she didn't find any embarrassment or confusion on Rainbow's face. Instead, she saw a flicker of pain. Oh, cool. That's great, Rainbow offered, suddenly more somber in tone. I'm happy for you, and I hope it works out. She then turned to look out at the party, leaving Twilight in painful silence. Unfortunately, just as the confused princess was about to press the issue, Pinkie commanded the attention of every pony at the party. Hey, every pony! She yelled from the edge of the crowd. 1 minute to midnight! Get ready for the fireworks! Followed by cheers, the party mare quickly ran out of sight. The fireworks should be great this year, Rainbow said, her voice still lacking emotion. Pinkie told me she saved up for 3 months just to buy everything the party store had to offer. She made a pathetic attempt at a laugh. Happy New Year, Twilight. Twilight certainly didn't feel happy. She was busy wondering what she had said to make Rainbow so sad. All I wanted was for her to start wondering who I was going to ask out. Unless... She gasped. Does Rainbow like me too? Oh, Celestia! And I just told her I like some pony. She must be heartbroken. Twilight was prepared to drop her charade entirely when another of Rarity's cliches crossed her mind. Confident that she could fix her mistake and win Rainbow over at the same time, she patiently awaited Pinkie's fireworks.
10, 9, 8, 7.
All around Twilight and Rainbow, ponies began counting down to the beginning of another year, with more adventures and challenges to be had, as well as more friends to be made. To Twilight, the new year suddenly couldn't come fast enough. When the fireworks finally started, they were colourful, bright and loud, every bit as much as Ponyville itself. In a moment of bravery, Twilight grabbed Rainbow's face with both hooves and turned her friend's head to face her. Somewhat roughly, she pressed their lips together and closed her eyes. Both ponies were tense and awkward, yet neither wanted to pull away. Their kiss was sloppy, dry, more perfect than anything either could have wished for. The festive fireworks went on well after the kiss had ended, and lasted even longer in the minds of the bewildered mares after they had faded away. Breaking the silence between them, Twilight smiled and laughed at Rainbow's expression of pure shock. Happy New Year, Rainbow! Will you go on a date with me? Confused, blushing, and more happy than she could ever remember feeling, Rainbow responded in the most sophisticated way she could. Sure.
Happy New Year!
When We Were Young by Serena. Nightlight adjusted his deep phthalo blue bow tie, making sure it sat perfectly against his greyish azure coat. The heartwarming Eve dance at Princess Celestia's school for gifted unicorns was always a grand affair, and this year was no exception. The grand hall was adorned with shimmering lights and festive decorations, casting a warm and inviting glow that reflected in Nightlight's moderate amber eyes. As he entered the hall, he couldn't help but be captivated by the enchanting atmosphere. The air was filled with laughter and the soft melodies of the orchestra, creating a magical ambience that celebrated the spirit of the season. Nightlight, being Princess Celestia's advisor, was well acquainted with the importance of such events, but tonight felt different. Perhaps it was the air of anticipation or the subtle magic that hung in the air. Twilight Velvet, a vision in her light grey coat and a mane that blended moderate purple and light grey, stood near the refreshments table. She was engaged in a conversation with a group of ponies, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Nightlight couldn't help but admire her from a distance, appreciating the grace with which she carried herself. Making his way through the crowd, Nightlight found himself standing beside Twilight Velvet. "Good evening, Miss Velvet," he greeted with a warm smile, his voice a gentle melody. Twilight Velvet turned to him, her light arctic blue eyes meeting his. "Good evening, Mr. Nightlight. What a splendid night for a celebration, isn't it?" "It certainly is," Nightlight replied, his eyes reflecting the twinkle of the lights around him. "The princess has outdone herself with the decorations." Twilight Velvet chuckled. "Well, it is Heartwarming Eve after all, a time for joy and magic." As Nightlight and Twilight Velvet delved deeper into conversation, the hall buzzed with the festive energy of the Heartwarming Eve dance. The soft strains of the orchestra served as a melodic backdrop to their discussions, creating an intimate atmosphere that encouraged the exchange of ideas and shared interests. Their conversation seamlessly transitioned from magical advancements to the intricacies of unicorn chess. Nightlight was animated as he described the strategic brilliance required to excel in the game, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. "Chess is not merely a game of moves and pieces, it's a dance of intellect," he explained, a certain fervour in his voice. "My father taught me the nuances, the delicate balance between offence and defence. It's a reflection of life in a way." Twilight Velvet, captivated by Nightlight's passion, nodded thoughtfully. "I've always admired the strategic depth of unicorn chess. It's a beautiful blend of magic and intellect, and your insight adds a whole new layer to its complexity." Their discussion seamlessly shifted to literature, another shared interest that ignited a spark between them. Twilight Velvet, a book publisher and writer herself, spoke animatedly. "Books have this incredible power to transport us to different worlds, to evoke emotions we never knew we had," she expressed, her eyes gleaming with the fire of a true bibliophile. "Writing allows us to weave spells with words, creating realms where imagination knows no bounds." Nightlight in turn shared his appreciation, though from a different perspective. "In my role as Princess Celestia's junior advisor, I often find myself immersed in political tomes and historical accounts. Yet there's a certain artistry to it. The diplomacy, the power of words in shaping the fate of nations. It's a dance of its own, one that requires finesse and precision. The correct words are often more important than any pony realizes." In the gentle cadence of their conversation, Nightlight and Twilight Velvet discovered an effortless harmony, each revelation knitting their hearts closer together. The exchange of ideas felt like an intimate dance, a shared rhythm that resonated in the quiet spaces between their words. The magic of the Heartwarming Eve dance became a backdrop to the creation of something profoundly personal, a tapestry woven not just with threads of intellect, but with the delicate fibres of their individual stories. As Nightlight unveiled the lessons of his past and the challenges he overcame, he could feel Twilight Velvet standing beside him, not as a distant observer, but as a compassionate confidant. Her gaze held an understanding that reached beyond mere acknowledgement, diving into the depths of his experiences. In return, when Twilight Velvet spoke of her adventures in literature and the inspiration behind her tales, Nightlight wasn't just an audience, he was a willing participant, enchanted by the vivid hues of her narratives. Under the soft glow of hearth-warming eve lights, Nightlight opened the door to his past, inviting Twilight Velvet to step into the corridors of his childhood. His voice, usually composed and steady, now carried a warmth tinged with nostalgia. "I grew up in a small village in Equestria," Nightlight began, his eyes reflecting distant memories. "My father was a wise unicorn, and he imparted to me the essence of hard work and the importance of the mind. It wasn't just about school, it was about understanding the ebb and flow of magic, about keeping your mind sharp and always expecting the next action before it happened." Nightlight's eyes now glassy at the thought of his father. "I lost him a few years back. Not to death at first, but his mind. He was no longer himself, not the father I knew." Twilight Velvet listened, laying a hoop on Nightlight's shoulder, her arctic blue eyes filled with empathy. Nightlight continued. "There were challenges outside of family, of course. The path to becoming Princess Celestia's junior advisor was paved with uncertainties." Nightlight wiped his eyes and sniffled. "But I always remembered my father's words. In every challenge there's an opportunity. There was a guiding light that led me through the trials." As Nightlight shared the vulnerabilities of his journey, Twilight Velvet found herself drawn into the emotional landscape of his past. The dance floor seemed to fade away, leaving only the echoes of Nightlight's experiences. In his words, she felt the resilience, the determination, and the heartache that shaped the pony standing before her. Moved by his sincerity, Twilight Velvet reciprocated by unveiling the stories hidden within the pages of her own life. She spoke of her early days as an aspiring writer, the struggles of finding her voice, and the passion that fueled her love for literature. Writing Daring Do wasn't just about creating an adventurous character. It was about embracing the unknown, facing fears, and discovering the hero within, she shared, her eyes reflecting the fire that fueled her creativity. "It was an escape from the life I had in my home. Always focus on school, don't take risks, and speak only when spoken to." Twilight Velvet sighed deeply. "Being the youngest male of so many siblings, I often felt overshadowed, like I was nothing. But another mare to be a gold star on my parents' socio-economic report card for Canterlot's elite." Twilight Velvet's tales wove a tapestry of imagination and perseverance, and Nightlight found himself enchanted not just by her words, but by the genuine emotion she poured into each anecdote. The hearth-warming eve dance became a backdrop to the unveiling of their true selves, and the connection between them deepened with every shared story. Amidst the revelry of the festive night, Twilight Velvet's voice shifted from heavy to carrying the resonance of joy as she spoke about the euphoria of sharing literature with others. "There's a unique magic in witnessing some pony fall in love with a story," she confessed, a tender smile playing on her lips. "To know that a tale I've penned has sparked some pony's imagination or brought comfort in their solitude, it's a feeling beyond compare." Nightlight's admiration for Twilight Velvet swelled, not just for her literary accomplishments, but for the kindness and determination woven into her being. The dance of words and emotions continued, creating an invisible bond that transcended the magical setting of the hearth-warming eve dance. The dance floor beckoned, and Nightlight extended a hoop towards Twilight Velvet. "Would you care to join me for a dance, Miss Velvet?" Twilight Velvet's eyes sparkled with delight. "I would be honoured, Mr. Nightlight." As they stepped onto the dance floor, the orchestra began to play a soft melodic tune. The two unicorns moved in perfect harmony, the dance a reflection of the connection forming between them. The world around them faded as they lost themselves in the music, their hearts beating to the same rhythm. "You're quite skilled on the dance floor," Twilight Velvet commented, her voice carrying a hint of admiration. Nightlight smiled, his palalo blue mane swaying with the gentle movements. "I could say the same about you. It's a pleasure to share this dance with such a graceful partner." As the dance continued, Nightlight and Twilight Velvet found themselves engrossed in conversation, sharing stories and laughter. The festive atmosphere of the hearth-warming Eve dance seemed to amplify the magic of their connection. Time passed in a blur, and before they knew it, the dance came to an end. I must say, this has been the most enjoyable hearth-warming Eve dance I've attended, Twilight Velvet admitted, a soft blush gracing her cheeks. Nightlight nodded in agreement. I couldn't agree more. It's not every day that one has the pleasure of meeting some pony as enchanting as you, Miss Velvet. As the night drew to a close, Nightlight and Twilight Velvet exchanged a lingering gaze. The connection they had forged in a single evening had the promise of something more. Before parting ways, Nightlight mustered the courage to ask, "May I accompany you home, Miss Velvet?" Twilight Velvet's eyes twinkled with a mixture of surprise and pleasure. "I would like that very much, Mr. Nightlight." And so, under the starlit sky of hearth-warming Eve, Nightlight and Twilight Velvet walked together, the magic of the season weaving around them like a gentle enchantment. The festive lights illuminated their path, casting a warm glow on the budding romance that had taken root on this magical night. As they strolled through the snow-covered streets of Canterlot, Nightlight couldn't help but feel a sense of joy and anticipation for the future. Little did he know that this enchanting, hearth-warming Eve dance marked the beginning of a love story that would endure through the years, eventually blossoming into a family filled with warmth, magic, and the enduring spirit of the season. A family that would change the very path of all equestrians.
In Canterlot on Hearth's warming night, two hearts crossed paths in a magical hall where laughter and music united them all. Nightlight stood with a steady grace, adjusting his bow tie, taking his place. The grand affair, a sparkling scene, a celebration fit for the season's gleam. Twilight Velvet poised and bright, her words a melody, her presence a light. By the refreshments her laughter soared, drawing Nightlight towards something adored. Oh, the dance of hearts, the festive glow, underneath the stars and the falling snow. In the warmth of the season their stories aligned, a tapestry of magic, two lives intertwined. They spoke of books, of chess, of dreams, of childhood lessons and life's swift streams. Nightlight shared of his father's spark, a guiding star through time so dark. Velvet revealed her daring quest, her voice like poetry, her soul expressed. Through tales of courage and shadows past, a bond was woven to forever last. Oh, the dance of hearts, the festive glow, underneath the stars and the falling snow. In the warmth of the season their stories aligned, a tapestry of magic, two lives intertwined. Through the twirls and turns on the polished floor, their laughter echoed, their spirits soared. Velvet's grace, Nightlight's charm, together they weathered the winter's calm. With every word, with every glance, they found a rhythm, a destined chance. The hall dissolved to their shared delight, two hearts in harmony, a perfect night. Oh, the dance of hearts, the festive glow, underneath the stars and the falling snow. In the warmth of the season their stories aligned, a tapestry of magic, two lives intertwined. As they strolled through the snow-covered streets, the night whispered promises soft and sweet. Hearts warming split their destined way. Two hearts united to brighten the day. Through love and magic their story grew. A family born of the bond they knew. And in the season of warmth and cheer, a love began that would last through the years.
Nightlight smiled, his palato. Nightlight smiled, his palal. Nightlight smiled, his palatlo. Nightlight smiled, his pala. Nightlight smiled, his palalo blue mane swinging. Nightlight adjusted his deep plateau blue bow tie. Nightlight adjusted his deep palalo blue. Nightlight adjusted his deep palalo. Nightlight adjusted his deep palalo.
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel. Mystery. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. And Izzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Fiction. Bro, who? Comment, subscribe, ring that bell.
Be Gay, Do Crime by Shakespeare Eccles. 'Twas the day before hearth warming, and all through the farmhouse several creatures were stirring, not the least of which was Applejack running around trying to get everything ready in time, stretching and reaching to try to get the decorations hung. Why wasn't Big Mac doing this part? Applejack wondered. Instead, he was in the kitchen setting off the smoke alarm with his baking, with his new wife Sugarbell, of course, and her endless encouragement. Meanwhile, Apple Bloom was being the opposite of helpful, setting up traps to catch Santa paws, mostly ensnaring Applejack as she tried to work. There came a knock at the front door of the farmhouse. Granny Smith was by far the closest, but Applejack got to the door much sooner. She opened the door and was greeted by Princess Celestia. Applejack balked and took off her hat. Now, Applejack, Celestia chided. You needn't use that title for me any longer now that I'm retired. Even so, what brings you round these parts? She asked. Well, I know it's last minute, but I actually need help getting a gift for someone very dear to me. Oh, that's easy, Applejack said. Just get trial out a book. Celestia chuckled. I already have, actually, but I was referring to my sister. Luna? Applejack asked. Celestia nodded. Well, shucks, I can't say I know her very well to be of much help. Really, you would know better than any pony else. Celestia sighed. I know, every pony else has told me the same thing, but I'm afraid I'm at my wit's end. Ever since she has returned from her exile, she has always felt this sense of guilt from being saved as Nightmare Moon. And it seems like no matter what I do or say doesn't help erase that guilt. But we helped her defeat her Tantabus, Applejack said. Yes, I heard, Celestia said. You saved her from herself twice over, and I've never been able to make up to her for my own failing to do so 1,000 years ago. The rocking chair behind Applejack squeaked. I've got an idea, Granny Smith said. Applejack, let the others know I'm going out for a bit. Sure, Granny, Applejack said. Not to be rude, Celestia, but I still have a lot of other work to do. Granny Smith hobbled up out of her rocking chair and scooted on squeaky wheels across the floor with her walker. We'll be needing to head back to Canterlot. Is Luna there? No, she's still back in Silver Shoals, Celestia answered. Ha! Perfect, Granny cackled. Come on now, we got a lot to do with her tonight. Why? "What are you going to do tonight?" Celestia asked.
The same thing I've wanted to do every night, dear. Try to take over the world.
The former princess of the night, Luna, sat at the poolside cabana bar in the tropical resort of Silver Shoals. It was a great place to retire, as it was one of those places where it was very easy to lose track of time. Save for the procession of the sun across the sky, both that and the moon were no longer of any concern to her or her sister. Well in hoof of the new princess of Equestria, Twilight sparkled. It felt like she had been sitting under that bar canopy for hours, but the small shadows of the midday sun hadn't budged an inch on the ground. It was most curious. Perhaps she'd had too many of these banana daiquiris that her sister was so fond of. Speaking of, she hadn't seen her all day. They were due to meet up for an early dinner. "Barkeep," she asked, "have you the time?" The bartender sweated nervously. "Don't ask if she has the energy. Don't ask if she has the energy. Yes, let me just check my watch." He dug through the pocket of his side bag. He looked at the watch, made a weird face, and leaned out from under the awning to look at the sun. And then looked at the watch again, listening to it, to see if it was still ticking. "I'm sorry, but my watch must be off. It says it's 5. Luna chuckled. "I'm sure it's happy hour somewhere," she said. "It feels like it's 5. She paid her tab and headed back to the campus quad. Strangely, the clock there said it was 5 as well, yet the sun was still fixed in the sky at high noon. Luna chuckled at the odd coincidence. It was the winter solstice, the longest night of the year. How poetic would it be if Celestia chose this day to... Luna's blood ran cold. Surely she wouldn't. A crowd of concerned ponies assembled outside of Canterlot Castle, awaiting explanation as to why it was still midday. The castle doors opened and an imposing figure strode out onto the large stage. The colourful mane that once waved from her white burr was replaced with billowing flames. She held the limp body of Princess Twilight Sparkle in her magic.
"Your princess is dead!"
Daybreaker bellowed in her full Canterlot voice.
"Long live the Queen! Daybreaker!"
Granny Smith slowly shuffled out onto the stage with her walker.
You heard the Queen, you little whippersnappers. Now plant your jib jabbers on the ground and get to groveling.
The ponies all fell to the ground and bowed in cowering deference. Daybreaker released Twilight's body, letting it fall onto the stage in a heap. "Oh!" Twilight groaned quietly as she could. Granny continued.
The first new law is the floor is lava. Any pony caught on the ground will be sentenced to 1,000,000 years dungeon.
Ponies scrambled like toddlers, fighting for some standing space on chairs or tables. Some climbed up lampposts or small trees. The few unicorns left on the ground, suddenly feeling not so superior, looked to the Pegasi hovering in the air above them and cried for help, and the Pegasi just looked down at them and whispered, "No."
Daybreaker is coming for ya,
Granny hollered. A few left on the ground scattered and ran as fast as they could, leaving the ground of the courtyard cleared. Granny Smith looked at Daybreaker and grinned.
Gotta make him fear ya.
Daybreaker threw the podium into the air and obliterated it with her blast of her magic, sending the remaining ponies running, even if it meant being on the ground, leaving just Granny, the new queen, and the dead princess. Daybreaker picked up her trophy and carried it back inside the castle to drop off in her bedchambers.
Granny whispered to Twilight Sparkle, "Did you get a message to Applejack and the rest of your friends?" Twilight nodded. She could smell the cantaloupe wine on Granny's breath as she spoke. "You'll just stay out of sight till Luna gets here." "It's going to take them time to get here," Twilight whispered back. "And for the news to spread to Luna." "I think we can help speed that along," Granny said.
How do we do that?
Daybreaker asked. "Big, eh? Do crime," Granny said, quickly kissing Daybreaker. "Now let's get some wheels."
Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. If they could, they probably should. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
A pair of terrified royal guards pulled the two elderly mares through Canterlot. "This one," Granny said, pointing at a random home. Daybreaker jumped out in front of the chariot, rang the doorbell, and then ran back to the chariot, speeding away just before her pony could answer the door. Granny Smith laughed louder than she had in decades. "Oh, pull in here." The guards obeyed.
Welcome to Hayburger King. How may I take your order?
The voice said through the speaker. Granny cleared her throat. "Let me get 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, a number 7, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda."
Hungry?
Daybreaker asked. "World domination gave me an appetite," Granny said. They pulled up to the window. The colt making minimum wage had seen so much already in his young life, working at the Canterlot Hayburger King trot through. He didn't even blink when he saw Daybreaker in a chariot. He passed the bags of food to Granny Smith. "That'll be 55 bits, he said. "Go, go, go!" Granny shrieked. The chariot sped away from the restaurant. Granny cackled and unwrapped her hayburger. "Here, you want one?" Granny asked. "Oh, I really shouldn't," Daybreaker said. "My posterior has become something of a running joke at the retirement centre." "Sounds like something a little bitch would say," Granny laughed. "If cholesterol is what kills you, I call that a win." "It just might, Granny Smith," Daybreaker said. "I might go into a body bag, but never in cuffs," Granny hollered. "Gangsters for life." She nearly choked on her food in excitement. "There! Let's eat right over there." The chariot pulled to a stop in front of the Canterlot gym. Granny and Daybreaker sat outside the front window and ate fast food in front of the pudgy ponies on the treadmills inside.
This isn't really illegal.
Daybreaker said.
This is just mean. These poor ponies in there are trying to better themselves.
"We're villains," Granny said, finishing her burger. She crumpled up the wrapper and threw it on the ground. "Littering kicks ass." "Do you think we've terrorized the city enough?" Daybreaker asked. "Luna should be arriving soon." "All right then," Granny grumbled, climbing back into the chariot with her. "Think fast, young'uns," Granny yelled as she threw the rest of her soda, splattering it against the window.
I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. Yeah. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. Gone. I left the hood, I said I would.
Back at the castle, Twilight and her friends waited in the Canterlot throne room with Cadence in shining armour. "This had better be worth it," Cadence said. "You have no idea how hard it is to find a foal sitter on such short notice." The throne room opened and Granny Smith shuffled inside with her squeaky walker. "We're back, bitches!" Applejack covered her face with her hooves. "Granny, have you been drinking?" "Have you been eating? Apple snack?" Granny cackled. Daybreaker walked into the throne room after her. "Whoa!" The others gasped, seeing Celestia in this form. "Did you bring the party favours?" Granny asked Pinky. Pinky nodded and held up a large box of balloons filled with raspberry syrup. "All right, every pony takes some. It's time to redecorate." Luna made all haste to Canterlot Castle. She stormed through the throne room doors, but she found that she was too late. Princess Twilight and her friends laid motionless, strewn across the floor. Even Shining Armour and Cadence were among them, all of them drenched in crimson. The floor and walls were splattered with it. On the throne room sat Luna's worst fear, Daybreaker, in her full fury, her flaming mane billowing all around her. "What hast thou done?" Luna cried with tears in her eyes. "That which thou canst not undo," Granny Smith cackled as she shuffled out from behind the throne. "Thou hast undone our sister," Luna cried. Granny Smith licked her lips. "I have done thy sister." Daybreaker cringed and felt her hay burger come back up in her mouth a little, catching her off guard. "Villain!" Luna shrieked, launching a bolt of magic at Granny. Daybreaker wasn't ready with her shield. Luna's attack found its mark. Granny Smith was sent sprawling onto the floor. This wasn't how it was supposed to go.
Oh, crap!
Daybreaker turned and knelt down beside Granny Smith as the other ponies stopped playing dead and rushed over to Granny as well, much to Luna's confusion.
Granny? Granny?
Daybreaker cried. Granny Smith tapped her chest with her hoof. "For life." Daybreaker's form shimmered and she turned back into Celestia. "I'm so confused," Luna said. Twilight looked at every pony nervously and back at Luna. You saved Celestia from being Daybreaker and miraculously brought us all back to life. So I guess that makes us even," Celestia said. "No need to feel guilty anymore. Happy heartwarming?" "Granny, please don't die," Applejack cried. "Every pony dies," Granny said, looking over at Celestia. "Not every pony truly lives." She looked back at her granddaughter. "Applejack, you tell your foes I died of ligma." "Granny, what's ligma?" Granny Smith waved her closer. She whispered into Applejack's ear so softly that no pony else could hear her. Granny let out one last chuckle and then she was gone. "What did she say?" Celestia asked. Applejack pursed her lips into a thin line. "I ain't repeating it."
Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Ain't coming back, If they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
Author's note.
And that's the story of how your great Granny Smith died on a heartwarming crime spree, taking over the world with Daybreaker.
Big Mac said to Lil Mac, sitting on his lap.
Wow, she sounded awesome. Yup.
Now plant your jibber jabbers on the ground and get to groveling. Every pony dies.
And that's the story of how your great Granny Smith died on heartwarming.
Okay. Peppermint Winter by Meteor Mirage. The front door to the School of Friendship swung open, releasing a burst of cold air into the toasty, fire-warmed lobby. The flame flickered and threatened to go out, but remained strong as the two entering creatures shut the door behind them. The two intruders did their best to shake off their snow-covered bodies as they huddled together for increased warmth. Gallus, the smaller blue griffin, basically clung to his larger earth pony boyfriend as he shivered intensely. The only wintertime coverings on him being a short, scraggly scarf that he wrapped tightly around his neck. Sandbar, dressed more appropriately with a thick floor-length scarf and dark grey beanie, wrapped a hoof around his boyfriend to draw him closer. As uncomfortable with public affection as he was, he understood he had to make some adjustments to comfort his freezing carburb. The two had just gotten back from a fairly nice breakfast, and despite the hot and lovingly prepared meal they had just eaten, its warmth was absolutely snuffed out by the record cold they were still recovering from. Still, with a frosty bird clinging to him, Sandbar gestured to the large fireplace off to the side of the lobby. "Here, let's warm up a bit," he said softly, nuzzling Gallus for continued warm sharing. In response, Gallus rolled his eyes. "We'd still be warm if we didn't go out for breakfast," he grumbled gently, blaming Sandbar for the weather he had obviously caused. Even still, he didn't complain as they walked in tandem towards the warmth. The fireplace was already well populated. A group of 4 ponies were already seated on the provided couch, leaving the remaining few gathered around to curl up on the ground, either solo or with a loved one to snuggle with. Even with the small group crowded around the fireplace, Sandbar managed to find a smallish spot a little away from the fire, though it was small enough that the 2 boys would have to huddle together if they both wanted to stay warm. As they both settled down to sit, both realized that neither really minded the closeness. Both boys sighed lovingly as they leaned against each other and embraced the warmth. Sandbar leaned down to nuzzle Gallus's head feathers, to which the griffin just grinned and wiggled deeper into his boyfriend's embrace. "Better?" Sandbar asked simply as he wrapped his hoof tighter around the cold bird. "Much better," Gallus said as he immediately went to work in warming up his claws, which were doing their best to not cramp up from the cold. As the two continued to settle, both found that every time the front door opened to let everyone in, for even the smallest moment, the flickering fire bred seeds of chill among all the creatures just trying to stay warm. The unicorns in the crowd quickly got to work trying to maintain the fire, but it was of little help. Gallus was the first to feel the effects of the cold, curling to maintain warmth as he scratched his claw under his tiny, itchy little scarf. Sandbar, both sturdier and gifted with more heat retention due to excessive fluff and coverage, could feel it as well, but certainly not as much as the griffin, who was yet again shivering against him. He looked down at Gallus, slightly concerned, then nuzzled yet again. "Still cold, huh?" he asked. Gallus nodded in response as he wiggled closer to Sandbar, grumbling as he did so. Saying nothing, he instead ripped the scarf he was wearing from his neck and attempted to place it on in a more warming way. Rip seemed to be more literal than he wanted, as the old garment tore as he did so, joining multiple other small blemishes in the material. This one, however, built off of a few former tears to form a much larger one that stretched a quarter of the way down. It threatened to turn the one thin scarf into 2 very thin scarves, were he to fiddle with it any further. So he just frustratedly, though also gingerly, returned it from whence it came. Seeing this, Sandbar shot an even more concerned look as he thought deeply for a moment. With a very uncharacteristic frown, he nuzzled Gallus one last time and smoothed his forehead tenderly. "Hey, I know this sucks, but I need to run back to the room and grab something." With an overly dramatic sigh and a lot of grumbling, Gallus gently wrapped his arms around his boyfriend's neck. "No! Stay with me," he whined. "I'll be cold if you go." As he continued to complain, he tried his hardest to prevent his boyfriend from absconding with his cherished horsey warmth. As his frown gave way to a small loving smirk, Sandbar gave a very dramatic sigh as he pulled away from Gallus briefly. It wasn't hard to break the hold he held as, while he wasn't trying very hard to hold him down in the first place, the griffin couldn't do much against true earth pony strength. Now, slightly separated from Gallus, though not far enough to stop radiating warmth to him, Sandbar began to quickly unwrap his more substantial scarf from around his neck. Before Gallus could even think to respond, he was interrupted by his boyfriend using this newly freed garment to dress him instead. Gallus couldn't exactly explain, as he was warmed immediately by the scarf's presence, sighing happily as the soft, thick fabric greeted his neck around his own itchy and uncomfortable scarf. Now that his boyfriend was distracted, Sandbar was perfectly happy to stand up from his spot, but of course not before pressing his lips against the Griffith's forehead and ruffling his head feathers.
There,
Sandbar said with a sly grin as he looked down at Gallus.
that's hopefully enough for until I get back. Although,
He gave a small pause, tapping a hoof against his chin until he gave an even bigger grin.
ha, I've got it.
He said, and with a bit of a flourish, he removed his beanie and plopped it onto Gallus's head.
There, that should keep you nice and warm for a little longer now. And you look super cute too.
Leaning down, Sandbar placed a loving kiss onto Gallus's beak.
I'll be quick, so don't go anywhere. I love you, Gully.
Gallus grumbled in response, smiling wildly as he couldn't resist pressing back against Sandbar's lips slightly. Sandbar hesitated slightly before making his leave, but still rushed off as swiftly as possible afterwards, as fast as his horsey legs could carry him. Now alone in the group of ponies around him, Gallus sighed and laid his head down for a minute. As much as he wanted to whine about Sandbar leaving him, he couldn't manage much of a complaint, as his chin rested against the soft, plush scarf he now had wrapped around him, and he gave a soft, loving smirk as he gently smelled the fabric and then gave a second, more investigatory sniff. Unsurprisingly, it gave off a very familiar scent. To be more specific, it was a very heartwarming themed mixture of peppermint-scented body wash and just a light dusting of pine cologne. It was a softer version of the very loud fragrance that his and Sandbar's shared bathroom was coated in after one of his boyfriend's daily 30-minute showers. Not that Gallus minded one bit. With more than a slight curiosity, he removed the beanie he was rented as well, not caring how strange he looked as he tested the smell of that as well. Green apple, just like Sandbar's mane and tail shampoo, and the mane that he'd spent every night for the past year with his beak buried into. The combination of warmth and a lovingly familiar combination of scents forced Gallus into a soft yawn as he stretched out along the hard floor. Still more used to sleeping on floors than beds, he gave a small shrug and settled his head down yet again onto the scarf. If Sandbar was going to be long, he figured, he might as well take a short nap to wait for whatever that pony had planned. He held the beanie close to his chest, involuntarily letting out a soft and sweet trill. Gallus shut his eyes to let the comforting sensations consume him. Even the light, hushed chattering from the ponies around him, especially the group cuddling on the couch, wasn't enough to deter him. What was enough, however, was seemingly moments later when Gallus was jostled awake by returning Sandbar. Raising his head, Gallus gave a few tired and unintelligible grumbles as he gave his boyfriend a blurry glare. Sandbar offered up an awkward grin as he sidled up against Gallus yet again, chuckling softly as he remembered how cranky he could get after being awoken from even the shortest of naps.
Oops, sorry. I was trying not to wake you,
he said as he nuzzled up against Gallus's cheek. Despite the rude awakening, Gallus found himself yet again smiling due to his boyfriend's antics. Though rolling his eyes, he let out a small sigh. "I barely closed my eyes," he croaked, then cleared his throat with a blush.
It was like 20 minutes, dude,
Sandbar chuckled, maybe a bit louder than he intended, as he garnered the attention of some of the ponies surrounding the two.
No, because it took me a while to grab what I needed.
It was then that Gallus noticed that the scenery around him had changed a little bit. A few ponies that were there seemingly moments ago had left, and finally the couch had been freed up by the group of ponies, though it left the griffin to wonder why no one had replaced them. After noticing that, he noticed a more peculiar sight of Sambar's hoop hovering above the floor by a few inches. It took him a few more seconds to spot the box that was very poorly hiding at his side. With a raised eyebrow, Gallus leaned over. "Hey, what you got there?" he asked as he swiped to grab for it. Sambar chuckled warmly as he pulled it away, hiding it closer to his side and pulling away to protect it.
Not yet. Can I at least get my stuff back? I'm freezing over here.
As a display, he very dramatically began to rub his hooves together and blow against them, using the last of the warmth in him to soothe their ache. Feeling that, despite the absolute lack of dressage, Sambar was still radiating more warmth than him. Gallus rolled his eyes. "Heh, good luck with that." He placed a claw against the scarf around his neck. "You should have known when you gave it to me. If it smells like you, there's no way I'm giving it back." Sambar sighed and leaned against Gallus, leaving his box unguarded as he wrapped a hoof around him.
Yeah, I'm surprised my socks and hoodies survived for this long.
"Well, I mean," Gallus started, but left a sentence alone as he bared his talons and gave his free wing a gentle flap. In response, Sambar nudged his boyfriend's hind paw with his own hind leg.
Oh, come on, you look cute.
He grinned lovingly as he looked down at the blue griffin. With a large blush, Gallus gave a soft huff and refused to respond to that comment. Seeing an opening, Sambar reached to his side with a hoof.
Anyway, it's going to be a little awkward if you don't, disrobe, 'cause...
He paused to pull the box from his side, offering it over to Gallus with a massive grin.
I got something for you.
What Sambar offered over was a box much taller than it was wide, wrapped poorly enough in vaguely holiday-themed wrapping paper that Gallus could clearly see the plain cardboard box inside. Obviously, he had wrapped it himself. Gallus started, but was more confused than anything. It was close to heartwarming, but he had always assumed that ponies only gave gifts on that specific day, like the Blue Moon Festival. He looked up to Sambar with a questioning glance, silently asking if Sambar was sure. Sambar gestured towards Gallus with a hoot, eagerly grinning.
Come on, open it!
While there was a little more hesitation, Gallus managed to put aside the strangeness of this and absolutely tear into the packaging. The cardboard box wasn't taped in the slightest, so Gallus had no problem opening it up and fishing out what lay within. The first thing he noticed was how soft this gift was, making even the posh scarf he was renting from Sambar feel like sandpaper in comparison. Immediately intrigued, Gallus rushed a bit to see what it was. What he pulled out was a scarf, a bright red scarf that was absurdly long, reminding Gallus of the one timekeeper he saw running about Ponyville from time to time, and warmed his claws pleasantly as he held it.
It's, enchanted,
Sambar explained as he saw his boyfriend's face shift to further confusion.
Rarity did me a solid and cut the cost for it, but it was still pretty, a lot.
He sighed and, being reminded by the absurd emptiness in his bag of bits, laid his head on the floor for a moment. Then he popped back up, his dramatics over, and nudged Gallus.
So come on, try it on.
Gallus didn't need to be told twice. As nice as Sambar's scarf was, he delicately removed it and tossed it onto its owner without much of a care. He was much less careful with the scarf that lay under it, tearing it off his neck quite literally as he rushed to remove it. He wasn't concerned by that in the slightest. Upon donning the lovely gift, Gallus grumbled with absolute delight as he was finally blessed with a comfortable amount of warmth, even with his warm boyfriend leaning up against him. "Dear Grover, this is amazing! I love it! I love you." He hesitated on the last word, most of the sentence forcing itself out in his excitement and leaving him to finish the job for the first time.
Hey, that's...
Sambar began, but trailed off moments later. The sentiment was clear between the two of them, however, as Gallus leaned up to brush his beak against Sambar's cheek, a blush very clear on his own.
I love you too, Gully.
Sambar said as he returned the favour in kind, pressing his lips against the birdie boyfriend's beak and pulling him closer with a hoof around him.
Happy hearth's warming.
Gallus started before shaking his head, correcting himself with a small grin to his boyfriend. Happy hearth's warming, Sandy. As they yet again rested, enjoying the warmth of the fire before them and the quiet company of the loved one beside them, Gallus felt another nap coming on.
Watch the flakes start to come down across the road under the street light. And I think about heaven, how it must be just like this, with everybody in love and everybody you miss. My little daughter came running up and sat on my knee. She said, Dad, I got a question for you. I said, what's on your mind? She said, I am not sure if Christmas dreams come true. Thought about it for a minute, turned to Tony Bennett, said, love, I think I know that they do. She was asking me how, as I twirled around, I said, Christmas brought me you. She's smiling at me. She says, Dad, I gotta tell you something. Then tears fill her eyes as she tells me surprise and shows me her wedding ring.
Last Hearth's Warming by And What I See Is Me. Twilight hurried through the halls of Canterlot Palace, rushing to answer the mysterious summons she had received from her mentor and teacher, Princess Celestia. The young unicorn couldn't imagine what the princess would need her for on the day before Hearth's Warming, but her curiosity to discover the answer was currently overpowering her frustration at being pulled away from her holiday preparations. Not that there was anything too urgent left to do. She wasn't her brother after all. He was probably still scrambling to finish his shopping. That being said, she still had to triple check the wrapping on her presents, help Spike wrap his gifts, and help her dad chart out the optimal order in which her family should present and receive their gifts in order to ensure the most efficient exchange possible. If any other pony had interrupted her in the middle of all that fun, she'd be a bit annoyed. But she knew there had to be a good reason for Princess Celestia to be calling her, and Twilight was determined to discover what it was as quickly as possible. In fact, Twilight felt like she was making record time as she ran to her teacher. Recently she had felt so tired and worn, probably due to all the hassle of getting ready for Hearth's Warming. But for some reason, all that fatigue felt like a distant memory now. She couldn't remember the last time she felt so awake and full of energy. But she tried not to think too deeply about all that. For now, she was just happy that Princess Celestia wouldn't have to see her looking so exhausted. At first, she reached the door to Celestia's throne room, taking a moment to collect herself before presenting herself to the princess. It was kind of odd. Usually there would be guards posted at the door, but there were none here. Come to think of it, she couldn't remember seeing a single one since she'd entered the palace. She shrugged away the thought, figuring the princess had probably given them all off for Hearth's Warming. She was always so kind and thoughtful to all the ponies who worked for her.
Who'd want to be standing guard in the empty halls of Canterlot Palace when they should be at home with their loved ones? That's what heartwarming was for. After all, a day when friends and family everywhere can come together and celebrated the bonds they shared. She smiled to herself as warm memories of past holidays flitted through her mind and pushed open the door.
How beautiful is a mother. How beautiful is her son.
Twilight paused as she took her first few steps into the room, frowning in confusion. She looked around the room, taking in every detail. There was something different about it, but she couldn't quite put her hoof on it. Had the windows changed recently? There seemed to be more stained glass, featuring ponies she had never seen, events and battles she'd never read about before too. But that all seemed oddly familiar somehow. Her eyes were drawn to one window in particular, depicting an unfamiliar, winged unicorn who Twilight could swear she recognized. In fact, the more she looked at it, the more the image seemed to resemble Twilight Sparkle. Celestia's regal voice interrupted Twilight's thoughts. It is so wonderful to see you again. Thank you for coming. Of course, Princess, Twilight replied, bowing with respect to her mentor. But what exactly is it you needed, Your Majesty? Oh, a bit impatient, are we? Celestia asked in a coy manner, raising an eyebrow as she regarded her student. Am I not permitted to call you just because I want to see you, Twilight? Or do you have more important things to be doing than talking to me? Oh, no, of course not, Princess, Twilight stammered, bowing even deeper to the ground. I mean, of course, you can call on me whenever you like. I would never accuse you of wasting my time. Not that seeing you would ever be a waste of time. I mean, but I just meant that, with how busy you are, I wouldn't want to be a bother to you if there was anything I could. Twilight's rambling apology was interrupted by the sound of Celestia's laughter echoing around the room. The princess no longer able to hold it back as she listened to Twilight's panicked response. Oh, Twilight, I had nearly forgotten how fun you are to tease, Celestia said once her laughter had subsided, then noticed the look of confusion and indignation on Twilight's face. She grew more serious as she addressed her student. My apologies, Twilight. You're still confused about what is happening, and it's perhaps a little cruel of me to tease you. It's just so nice to see you standing here again. I forgot myself for a moment. I don't understand, Princess. What do you mean? It hasn't been long since we last met. Unless... Oh no, I didn't miss a class or anything, did I? I swear I didn't mean to if I did, but everything has been so busy lately, and I would never want to disappoint or forget you. But if I... Twilight was cut off by Celestia gently placing a hoof to Twilight's mouth, silencing the unicorn. Relax, Twilight. There is nothing you could ever do to disappoint me, and I've had the fortune to see firsthand that you've never forgotten me, no matter how much time passed. Celestia reassured Twilight, who simply stared back at her teacher with a look of complete bafflement by now. Enough about all that for now, Celestia continued, stroking her hoof affectionately through Twilight's mane as she spoke. Tell me, Twilight, do you know what today is? Of course, Your Majesty, Twilight replied. It's the day before Hearth's warming. Is it? Celestia replied, sounding slightly surprised for a moment before collecting herself. Ah, yes, now I remember. Your family did their gift exchange on the night of Hearth's warming eve, didn't you? Yes, we do, Princess, Twilight confirmed, feeling ever more lost at the conversation they were having. She was doing her best to focus on the princess and ignore the pictures shining down around her. What was going on? Well, I suppose that makes sense then, Celestia mused. For you see, Twilight, the reason you're here is that I have a gift to give you. You do? Twilight asked excitedly, all feelings of confusion or doubt displayed by the excitement of receiving a gift from the princess herself. I mean, thank you most graciously, Your Majesty, but you don't have to. Oh, but I do, Twilight. It's the least you deserve for all you've done. Now here, Celestia's horn lit up as she spoke, and a small wrapped present floated gently before Twilight.
Happy Hearth's warming. Go ahead and open it. Twilight hesitantly dispelled Celestia's aura around the box as she gripped it within her own magic, slowly peeling off the wrapping paper, being careful to not tear or rip any of it as usual. She examined the small box that it had hidden. The box was small, no bigger than Twilight's hoof, but it felt oddly heavy in her magic. She gave one last look up to Celestia, who smiled warmly and nodded the unicorn to continue. Before opening the box's lid, a warm light flooded the room, blinding Twilight for a moment as the world spun around her. Princess Twilight Sparkle stood atop the stairway in her old castle back in Ponyville, the alicorn looking over the large room of ponies, celebrating and partying with one another. Beside her stood Celestia, no longer towering over a young unicorn, but standing eye to eye as one ruler to another. Happy Hearth's warming, Your Majesty, Celestia whispered to Twilight as she took in the sights before her. Twilight felt her eyes watering as she looked out and saw all her friends and relatives laughing and partying together. She saw her parents chatting with Rarity and some of her old students. She watched Applejack and Shining Armor hoof wrestling as Rainbow Dash and Cadence cheered their partners on. Over there, Starlight and Trixie appeared to be playing tug-of-war using Sunburst's body beneath a sprig of mistletoe. Across the room, Luster Dawn was showing off some new spells to the friends she had made in Ponyville. Fluttershy was directing a flock of birds in wrapping ribbons and lights around a hearth-warming tree, as Moondancer and Minuet used their magic to hang shining ornaments upon the branches. Countless other ponies cavorted around the room, many of them ponies Twilight recognized from her life. It seemed like every pony she had ever known was there, and many more besides. "Princess, I don't understand," Twilight finally managed to utter. "What is all this?" "It's exactly what it looks like, Twilight. It's a hearth-warming party," Celestia explained. "But how can every pony be here? They're all, even you're..." Twilight stuttered, unable to fully voice her thoughts. Her eyes scanned around the room again, trying to take everything in and process what was happening. She suddenly realized two very important creatures in her life were missing from the party. "Wait, where are Spike and Flurry Heart? Shouldn't they be here too?" "They'll be along in time," Celestia remarked. "As will others. Every creature ends up here in time, Twilight. No need to rush them." "I don't understand," Twilight pressed, still unable to fully comprehend what was happening. "Tell me, Twilight, do you remember what you were doing earlier today?" Celestia asked. Memories of her day began to come back to Twilight. It had been the day of Hearth's warming, and she had been celebrating it along with Princess Flurry Heart, her co-ruler of Equestria and the lands beyond. The two had hosted a large party at the palace, inviting creatures from all around their kingdom to attend and have a chance to mingle with their princesses. Twilight had excused herself early, leaving Flurry to handle the rest of the festivities. She had been growing more and more tired recently, never seeming to have the energy to do all the things she had once handled with ease. Even alicorns show their age eventually, she had mused more than once to herself over the past few years. Twilight remembered retiring to her chambers and curling up with one of her favourite holiday stories. She remembered reading about Snowfall Forest as her eyes grew heavier. She remembered closing her eyes and... "Oh!" Twilight muttered, letting her head fall as she finally understood. "I see," she whispered sadly, almost too soft for any pony to hear. She looked back up at Celestia, tears welling in her eyes as she smiled sadly at her former teacher and princess. "I suppose this was my last hearth's warming, wasn't it?" Celestia said nothing, her eyes too tearing up as she regarded her former student. "Indeed it was, Twilight Sparkle!" Luna's voice cut through the moment of silence, startling both alicorns back to reality. "I'm afraid that time has caught up with you, just as it did all of us." "Princess Luna!" Twilight gasped, surprised at her sudden arrival. "Then, is this your doing?"
Twilight asked, gesturing the scene before them. Is this your magic? Just Luna is fine, I should think. After all, you bore the title of princess longer than either my princess or me. In the end, Luna chided her. And no, this is magic far older and more powerful than any of my own or any other ponies, Twilight, for it is the magic of Hearth's warming itself. The magic of Hearth's warming? Twilight asked. Hearth's warming is a day for friends and family everywhere to get together and share in the joy of the holiday, is it not? Celestia asked. And in the end, Twilight, we do end up coming from everywhere to celebrate together. Celestia smiled as she swept a hoof across the room, guiding Twilight's gaze. As long as creatures across Equestria continue to celebrate the holiday, then we'll be able to rejoin our friends and family here, time and time again. This is the last Hearth's warming for every creature, and it happens every year. It is the final gift that we all receive, Twilight, Luna added, the gift of friendship everlasting. Twilight was about to say more, but suddenly another familiar voice disrupted her thoughts. Twilight! It called out. Before Twilight was able to react to her name being called, something pink and puffy crashed into her, tackling her to the ground. Twilight found herself lying on her back, the smiling face of Pinkie Pie directly above her as the pink party pony wrapped her in her hooves. It's so good to finally see you again, Twi! Pinkie cried. I mean, it's super sad and all too, because it means you know, but it's also excitastic that you're here and we're all together again, because me and the girls have been waiting so long to see you again, and now we can, and the elements can be together like we used to when we had all those crazy adventures together. Like, do you remember the time when we kicked Nightmare Moon's butt? No offense, Princess Luna. Or when we sent Tarek packing all the way back down to Tartarus, or all the other crazy things we did together. And I bet you have all sorts of fun stories to tell us about what you've been doing all these years since. And I can't wait to hear all about all of it. And, oh! Twilight managed to blink once as Pinkie paused for a breath. I need to put together a welcome to the party for you. Don't worry, Twi. Cheese and I will whip up a welcome party for you that will blow even all those galas we did back in the old days out of the water. Don't go anywhere until we're ready. But then, I guess I don't really have to worry about that, do I? Because we're all here forever and together, and there's so much fun to be had and so much to do, and I've got to get ready now. But I'll see you in a little bit, okay? Good seeing you again, Twi. Pinkie tightened her hug around Twilight's body, squeezing her long absent friend as tightly as she could, before zipping off as suddenly as she had appeared. Twilight grinned as she watched her friend run off, wiping the tears from her eyes. Her grin grew into a smile as she remembered all those times she'd watched Pinkie run off to put together a party. All the fun they'd had together with all their friends, all the great memories her and the girls had shared. She started to laugh with joy as Celestia and Luna helped her back to her hooves, overwhelmed with the feeling of regaining something she had thought lost to her forever. We're really all here, aren't we? Twilight asked the two former princesses once she had calmed down, the smile still wide across her face. I really get to see every pony again. I really get to see you again. I mean, I thought I'd never... She trailed off. Nor did we, Luna responded. My sister and I are well aware of the pain an alicorn's lifespan causes, Twilight. We were relieved as you are now to once again see all those we had thought lost to us in time. And yet, here we are, all of us together at the end of all things, able to enjoy this one last Hearth's warming together. Celestia continued. Go on, Twilight. There are many ponies here eager to see you again. Not just your family and friends, but countless ponies who have arrived here after us, who have praised your rule and regaled all of us with stories of your friendship and wisdom. Celestia spoke proudly to a former student, wrapping Twilight in a hug of her own. You've done well, my dear, dear Twilight. No pony has earned their rest more than you. Now go, enjoy the party. Twilight hugged Celestia back, nearly as hard as Pinkie had done to her, and then turned to face the assembly of ponies and creatures in her castle.
As she looked on, the scenery before her changed again, revealing an endless expanse of all those who had come before her to join in this last heart's warming. She stepped forward, joining with them in the eternal revelry of the holiday spirit.
But we wandered many a weary fit since days of old lang syne. We tried battled in the burnt frae morning sun to day, but seas between us braid a roared since days of old lang syne.
And you haven't told any pony else? A regal voice asked the forlorn guard standing before her. They were the only two ponies in the bedroom, both looking down sadly at the body of a third.
No, Your Highness, the guard answered truthfully. I came to check on her as you requested, and then rushed to find you as soon as I saw.
Good. I think it is best if we kept this between us until tomorrow, if possible. No sense ruining any pony else's heartswarming with the news, Prince Flurry Heart sadly decreed.
As you wish, Princess,
The guard stated.
though there are a number of things to get ready and prepare for now that...
Tomorrow! Flurry Heart shouted, the order coming much harsher than she had intended. She paused, took a deep breath, and wiped the tears from her eyes. My apologies, Captain. I'm sorry. I need some time to process this.
Of course, Your Highness.
The captain of the guard responded in understanding.
Is there anything else I can do for you now, Princess?
Flurry considered a moment before responding. Send a message to Ambassador Spike. Tell him I need to see him as soon as possible. Tonight, or in the morning at the latest, Flurry ordered. I'd prefer he hear about this directly from me, rather than any pony else.
Of course, the guard spoke. I'll contact him immediately. Come, Princess. First, allow me to escort you back to your room for the evening. You should get some rest. I think the next few weeks will be very busy for all of us.
The guard exited the door of the bedroom, with Flurry Heart following behind. Before leaving the room, she took one last look at the pony lying in the bed, a small smile gracing the still body of the purple unicorn. Happy hearts-warming Auntie Twilight? Flurry Heart whispered softly before putting out the light and closing the door behind her.
For the days of old lang syne. We'll take a cup of kindness yet for the days of old lang syne.
Dreaming of a Perfect Gift by And What I See Is Me. Spike, Can you grab my copy of Star Swirl's Art of Magic from the bookcase over there? Twilight Sparkle asked her number 1 dragon. Spike was sitting across the room from Twilight, staring out the window, watching the snow fall onto the streets of Ponyville. Spike? My book? Twilight asked again. The purple dragon offered no response, apparently not hearing her. Spike? Spike! Twilight shouted. Huh? What? Spike finally responded, aware for the first time that his name was being called. Did you say something, Twi? Well, I was asking if you could grab a book for me, but now I'm more concerned with you, she replied. You seem really out of it, Spike. Is everything okay? Huh? Oh, yeah. I guess I just kinda got lost in thought, Spike explained. Sorry. Anything I can help with, she offered. Sometimes the best way to work through a problem is to think it through with a friend. Thanks, Try, but this is sort of personal. I appreciate the offer for help, but I think I need to figure this one out on my own, Spike said. I think maybe I'll just go to bed and try to sleep on it. Maybe I'll think better in the morning. Well, okay, Twilight said, her brow knitted, as she gave Spike a long, concerned look. She knew better than to pry too hard into Spike's personal problems, but it still bothered her to see him look so forlorn. Spike made his way to his room and flopped down onto his bed, burying his face in his pillow. He groaned in frustration as anxiety flooded his brain. When did Hearth's warming turn from the most exciting time of the year to the most stressful? Was this what growing up was like? He felt like he could understand Twilight's habit of twilighting better than ever before. It all came down to finding the perfect gift to give. This year, it had to be special. After all, he wanted to make an impression on the mare he was crushing on. As the years had passed, he'd matured enough to accept that he and Rarity would never work out. The age gap was too great, and she was never going to see him as anything but her little spiky wikey. More a little brother than a potential lover. But, in his time spent chasing after her, he'd gotten closer and closer to a certain other mare living at the Carousel Boutique. Sweetie Belle was everything he loved about Rarity and more. She was smart, funny, talented, generous, and while perhaps not quite as refined as her older sister, still had a certain grace about her that Spike admired. Plus, they were about the same age and shared many of the same friends and hobbies. Now all he had to do was to convince her to see him the same way, and the first step towards doing that was to find her the perfect heartwarming gift. If only he could figure out what that was. There were only a few days left before the holiday, and he had nothing to show for it. He had no idea what to get her that would be special enough to grab her attention. But whatever gift he got had to be perfect. He didn't dare ask Twilight or any of the girls. Sure, they'd probably be better able to recommend what a filly sweetie's age might like. Well, most of them at least. Try would probably just recommend books. She always recommended books. But if he let them know he was getting something for Sweetie, and then she ended up rejecting him, he might never hear the end of it. He still got teased about his attraction to Rarity from time to time, and he hadn't seriously courted her since before he got his wings. No, this had to be kept secret from every pony until he could deliver his gift. But keeping it a secret meant that he couldn't ask any of them for help, and not asking for help meant he wouldn't be able to get her the perfect gift. Why did this have to be so hard? Spike rolled over onto his back and stared up at the ceiling. Ideas flashed through his mind, but he rejected every idea he came up as not good enough. He was going in circles trying to think up a gift and not making any actual progress figuring anything out. Maybe what he'd said to Twilight was right after all. A good night's sleep would surely help get his head straight and sort out his ideas. At the very least, it would be a few hours that he wouldn't have to stress out about his gift. That had to be worth something,
right? Determined to get some sleep and hopefully wake up with a brilliant idea in mind, he pulled his covers over himself and promptly went to sleep. Spike! 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 A voice called out to the young sleeping dragon. Huh? What? Spike lifted his head and looked around, trying to see who was calling to him. The dragon was somewhat alarmed that his bedroom was no longer surrounding his bed. He seemed to be floating in the center of a sphere as black as the night sky, with small pins of light shining through the velvety darkness like stars. He sat up and rubbed his eyes, but the surreal scenery surrounding him stayed still. As he stared into the endless night surrounding him, he noticed one of the pinprick lights growing larger and closer, racing toward him until a small moon was suddenly floating next to his bed. In a flash of magic, a familiar pony stood atop the spheroid. "Hail, Spike! Good evening to you!" Luna greeted him. Spike sheepishly waved back. Hello, Princess Luna. Nice to see you," he spoke. He took another look around, the reality of what he was seeing clicking into place, before addressing her again. "I'm guessing this is inside one of my dreams?" he asked. "Forsooth, young Spike, I was scouting through the dream realms when I was drawn to yours," she explained. "I fear that I sense great dread and worry carrying into your sleep from the waking world." "Really? Oh, geez. Sorry to worry you. It's really not anything serious," Spike said, blushing due to bothering the princess with his concerns. "Nonsense, Spike! Anything that would concern you enough to carry into your dream space must be dire indeed. Has something happened between you and Twilight, or any of her friends?" Luna asked. No. Spike vigorously shook his head as he tried to assuage Luna's concerns. "Like I said, it's nothing serious. I guess I'm just having trouble thinking up a gift for some pony." "I see," Luna mused. "Many ponies within Equestria suffer similar troubles during the time of Hearth's warming. However, for you to fret so that it would transcend your conscious awareness and carry to your dreams, it must be a gift for some pony very special to you." "More like a pony I'd like to be a special some pony," Spike admitted. "But I'm not having much luck thinking of a gift that would make her think of me like that, as you can probably guess." "Indeed," Luna murmured. "Well, if you are having such difficulties thinking of an appropriate gift for this pony, have you considered perhaps asking for assistance from your friends?" "I mean, I could, I guess," Spike confessed. "But I don't really want them to know about it until after I've confessed to her, you know?" "I see," Luna considered. "You wish to keep your courtship secret from them until you've deduced whether the mare of your fancy reciprocates your feelings." Yeah, I guess," Spike replied. "Well then, perhaps you might confide in me the identity of this secret some pony of your desire, that I might offer counsel in secret from them," Luna suggested. "I don't know," Spike said. "Worry not, young Spike. I swear upon the moon itself that your secret will be safe with me. May it fall from the sky and crush the earth beneath its might should I ever prove false," Luna proclaimed. "That, seems a bit extreme," Spike observed. "But I get the point. I guess I can trust you with who it is, if you agree to help me think of a gift." "Of course I shall aid you as best I can, Spike," Luna assured him. "After all, although I admit it has been some time, I too was once a young filly. I'm certain I can offer ideas that you will find satisfactory to your quandary. Now, speak. To whom dost thou carry a flame from within thine heart? Her name is Sweetie Belle, Spike confessed. Ah, the younger sister of Rarity. I am well acquainted with the young filly, and find the idea of your union with her most compelling, Luna exclaimed excitedly. Thanks, but can we maybe just stick to the gift ideas and not talk about union so much yet? Spike requested, blushing profusely. Ah, of course. No sense speaking of galloping before learning to trot, as they say, Luna agreed. Allow me a moment to ponder on a gift worthy of warming this worthy filly's hearth. Luna closed her eyes and lowered her head in thought, thinking deeply on a gift for Spike to get for Sweetie Belle. Spike watched her silently, desperately optimistic that Princess Luna would be able to solve the issue that had been haunting him for days. Well, perhaps it would be best to keep things simple and traditional, Luna suggested. I admit it is somewhat cliché for a holiday present, but have you considered defeating an enemy of hers in single combat and presenting the beaten body beneath her hearth-warming tree? Spike stared at Luna for a moment, unsure if he was supposed to laugh at her suggestion or not. After watching her face for a moment, he was more than a little horrified to realize that she was being serious. I don't think Sweetie really has any enemies, Your Highness, Spike replied. Plus, even if she did, I'm not sure she'd really appreciate me, beating up some pony and displaying them in her house. Truly? Luna asked with genuine surprise. Back in my adolescence, nothing attracted a mare to a potential suitor more than a display of a stallion's willingness to join in her battles and of his strength in a fight. Yeah, Spike muttered, trying his best not to imagine Sweetie's reaction to seeing a beaten pony in her house. I don't think that's really high on any pony's list anymore. Luna sighed. Yes, perhaps. I do admit that I have forgotten how soft the mares of this age have grown compared to the olden days of Equestria, Luna conceded. Blood fuels are not quite in vogue so much these days as they were in my fillyhood. Maybe if I was trying to impress another dragon, that idea might be a bit better, Spike stated. Besides, Rarity would never forgive me if I tracked blood over her floor. Haha, indeed! That mare can be quite finicky with the aesthetics of her domicile, Luna laughed. I suppose practical gifts such as weaponry and battle armor are also less sought after these days. Considerably less, yeah, Spike advised. War chariots? I don't think so. Cursed magical trinkets of ancient black magic capable of transforming the user into a nightmare being of unimaginable power? Okay, now I'm pretty sure you're just messing with me. Luna smiled and laughed loudly into the black void where they both still floated. Perhaps, she teased. Though the ponies of ancient Equestria were quite different from those you're acquainted with under my sister's rule. Back in my youth, a mare might have squealed with joy at the sight of her very own war chariot in front of her hearth, complete with an oversized bow atop it. Well, do you think you might have any suggestions more appropriate to a mare living now? Spike asked desperately. He was beginning to lose hope that Luna would be able to help him after all. Maybe if he was trying to impress Ember or Smolder, these suggestions could help, but Sweetie was almost certainly going to need a less violent gift. Luna regained her serious and regal demeanour, though her eyes remained filled with warmth as she looked the young dragon over. Dear Spike, I will admit that tastes have changed significantly since my youth, she said. However, the basic truth of hearth's warming has not changed in that time. If you truly desire to bestow upon young Sweetie Belle a gift worthy of your love for her, then I can offer the same advice that held true in those days. Which is? Spike prodded. Give her something that shows her how well you know her and understand her passions and interests, Luna recommended. Nothing makes a mare's heart swell with gratitude than to be surprised with a present that she absolutely desires, but never even knew she wanted before it is given. Well, I mean, that sounds nice and all, but isn't that kind of easier said than done? Spike asked, sounding a bit dejected. Is it? Luna asked. Think hard, Spike. If you truly believe yourself worthy of this dear filly's love, then you should be able to come up with such a gift if you think on it for long enough. But, Spike began, but was silenced by Luna gently pushing a hoof to his mouth. Silence now, Spike, Luna coached. Close your eyes and picture Sweetie Belle in your mind, smiling, happy, and gushing with joy. Now, consider what you might present her with that would elicit such a response from her, and you'll have your answer. Spike wanted to protest further, to argue that that was exactly what he had been doing for days, but somehow he couldn't find it within himself to argue with Princess Luna's words. Instead, he closed his eyes and did as she advised. He imagined Sweetie Belle standing in front of him, smiling warmly as he handed her a present. He watched as she slowly opened it, her eyes widening with glee as she realized what it was. Her smile widened, her eyes brightened. And there was such a beautiful expression of pure wonder and awe that flashed in her eyes that Spike felt his heart jump just seeing her so happy. He focused his eyes away from hers and looked down to her hooves, seeing the gift she held in them. Of course! It was so simple, he couldn't believe he'd struggled to think of it earlier. It was the perfect gift, exactly what she'd want. He couldn't wait to give it to her for real, to see that joy expressed by the real Sweetie Belle and not just the imaginary one in his dream. His eyes shot open, ready to thank Princess Luna and tell her that he knew exactly what to get Sweetie now. Spike awoke to the familiar sights of his bedroom. Luna was gone, taking the bizarre dream space along with her. Outside his window, the morning sun shone brightly. Apparently he'd been asleep all night, but what a productive sleep it had been. He'd never been so excited to wake up. He hopped out of bed and ran out his door. After all, he had a gift to buy. The perfect gift for the perfect filly, and he couldn't wait to give it to her. This was going to be the best heartwarming ever. Author's note. This year's Jinglemas I was granted the honour of writing for an author I greatly enjoy, Scarlet Ribbon. I've been beaten by them in enough contests to be very familiar with their work, and so was quite excited for the chance to write something for them. Their exact prompt was for Spike's crush on Rarity has long passed, but now his sights are set on someone closer to his age and maturity. Now he wants to get Sweetie Belle a heartwarming present, but doesn't want anyone else to find out about it. The only issue is, he's not even sure what to get for her. Doesn't need to be super sappy, but I'll take super sappy if that is what you want to write. And to be perfectly honest, I may have cheated a bit by A, adding Luna, 2, not really featuring Sweetie Belle much, and 3, not actually revealing what the gift was. I kind of struggled with this one a bit, and in the end used my own experience thinking of what to write as inspiration for Spike thinking of what to get. I didn't get a magic dream visit by a horse princess though. I never actually figured out what gift Spike would get Sweetie Belle, but isn't it more fun for you as the reader to imagine it yourself? Hopefully so. Anyway, hope you all enjoyed the fic, especially you, Scarlet. Happy hearts warming to all.
Snow drifts by the window while twilight calls my name, but I'm too wrapped in worries I can't even frame. Heart's warming used to sparkle, now it tightens in my chest, because finding the perfect present means giving her my best. Every thought just spirals, every idea falls apart. How do I show Sweetie Belle what I'm holding in my heart? I just want the perfect gifts remember something warm enough to carry through the cold of winter. A spark that tells her everything I never said aloud. The perfect heartwarming gift to make Sweetie Belle proud. I flip through every memory, retrace each moment shared, but nothing feels special enough, nothing feels prepared. I can't ask my friends for help, they tease me till next year. So I tuck my secret deeper, mix hope with hidden fear. If growing up means caring more, then maybe this is right. But caring feels like pressure when you're awake all night. I just want the perfect gift, something she'll remember, something warm enough to carry through the cold of winter. A spark that tells her everything I never said aloud. The perfect heartwarming gift to make Sweetie Belle proud. Then the dream world opens and Luna steps inside. Her voice a gentle echo in the starlit tide. Picture her smiling, she whispers, picture her joy. And suddenly I see the answer clear as light. Her eyes bright with wonder, a gift held in her hooves. A vision of Sweetie that makes my whole heart move. Simple, true, brilliant, now everything fits. I finally know what to give her, the perfect gift. I just found the perfect gift, something she'll remember, something shaped by every thought that warmed me through December. A spark that shows her everything I never said aloud. The perfect heartwarming gift that I can give her now. The morning breaks with golden light and I'm already smiling. Whatever happens next with her, at least I'll try. At least I'm sure.
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel. Mystery. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. Pony and Dizzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Fiction.
Bandits, set spray!
The Light and the Solid by Eileen Says Hi. Standing out on the balcony of a castle that wasn't her home, under the light of an unrecognisably plain moon, Sunset Shimmer looked up on a town she didn't know. She'd been there often by this point. She hadn't ever visited during her old life, though the town could be seen in the distance from some of Canterlot's higher points. Ponyville, a quaint little farming community in the shadow of the capital that, in the years Sunset had been gone, had risen to a recognition nearly equal to that of the greatest of equestrian cities. Yet staring out at the snow-capped, thatched roof cottages with their inelaborate hearth-warming lighting and the empty streets and walkways between them as the residents turned in for the night, one might be forgiven for assuming little had happened in all that time. True, the buildings looked somewhat on the newer side, presumably a result of all the destruction the town had undergone in its time hosting the Bearers of Harmony. But that fundamental small-town character was there regardless, impervious to any villainous assault. Sunset didn't know what to make of that. Sunset was not a small-town pony. From one Canterlot to another, one body to the other, she enjoyed the bustle of the city. Cities were good for anonymity, privacy, being hidden in plain sight. When you're one of too many residents to count, you don't get noticed quite so often. To live in a small town was to invite people to want to know you. There were few things Sunset wanted less than to be known in Equestria again, and thus, even as her trips through the portal steadily increased in frequency and duration, she kept Ponyville mentally at the same distance it had been all those years ago in her old castle home. The altogether different crystalline castle she was currently residing in, laying just outside the town centre, made that easy, in a sense. The fact it existed at all, the fact that she had this vantage point, was proof that in spite of Ponyville's best efforts, it had changed, and in true small-town fashion, Ponyville had little interest in acknowledging the change. Thus, in her brief voyages into the village proper, all Sunset had to do to avoid small talk was mention where she was staying, with the townsfolk assuming she was some visiting diplomat awaiting a meeting with the princess. She'd generally be left alone. By no means did Sunset hate Ponyville. There was much to like about it, but she had little interest in becoming part of Ponyville at the moment. She sighed as she heard the soft hoofballs of some pony walking out onto the balcony. There was no point bothering to guess who that some pony was. "Hey, Twilight." There was no audible reply, but Sunset could hear the pace pick up behind her, and after just a few moments, she felt a nuzzle on her left flank. Then that familiar warm voice piped into her ears. "I can't believe you're out here without any clothes. Did you not see the snow?" Not bothering to look over, Sunset could sense the cheeky smile mixed with earnest concern that she knew was on Twilight Sparkle's face. She shrugged. "It's not that cold, and if you spent most of your time in a world where you could always wear clothes, you'd appreciate the difference in modesty standards a lot more." "I'll be sure not to tell Rarity you said that," Twilight replied. "She's the same in all universes, you've told me." Sunset finally looked over, just in time to see the violet, fuzzed face roll its eyes at her. "It never hurts to repeat yourself," she finished, simultaneously with Twilight. Sunset smirked, and Twilight pouted. The princess lowered her head and swung it into Sunset's side. "Ouch!" Sunset said dryly, without flinching. She stepped forward, then arced around and back towards Twilight from the other side. There was soft snow on the balcony, a somewhat heavy layer, enough that Sunset wasn't sliding on a frozen surface. To a degree, a small one, she could sense it as she walked, but the sensation was far more muted than she'd grown accustomed to. She hadn't been to Equestrian winter before, not since she'd first fled so long ago, and in that time she'd become used to the chilly sensation of stepping into deep snow with bare feet, to having appendages that could touch in a way that her keratin hooves could not. Everything about the ground as a pony felt not wrong, but different now. She would never not appreciate that she could be a unicorn again, at least whenever she wanted, and in theory, other long-lost beloved attributes of her body should have made up for it, particularly her amber fur coat that muted the chilled atmosphere around her. But sometimes that desire for feeling in her feet was so persistent that she'd been willing to trade her horn to have her toes back. Thankfully, any distaste she had for the ends of her limbs faded into background noise as she reached Twilight, leaning her head down and nuzzling it into Twilight's left flank behind the wing, reciprocating the original greeting. After a moment, she similarly mimicked the gesture of more forcefully bumping her head into Twilight's side. Twilight giggled, and the wondrous noise lasted for some time. "Cute, Sunset. Learned it from the cutest." That turned the giggle into a guffaw. "Stop!" "Just saying, and I noticed you're not wearing anything either. What would Rarity say about that?" Twilight defensively flared her wings, brushing the left one against Sunset in the process. "I was just coming out to get you!" And with that, folding her extra appendages back up, She trotted around to Sunset's right, the two of them now standing side by side, looking back up towards the castle. A wreath hung above the archway that led back inside, and lights were strung up all around the structure, though faint against the night sky. Sunset could even make out a gigantic bow tied around the irregularly shaped star spire that formed the top of the castle, as though the entire building were a gift waiting to be unwrapped. Getting into the heartwarming spirit? Huh? Twilight asked. Sunset's eyes met hers, then guided them up towards where she'd been looking. Oh, yeah. I try to keep it mostly the same every year. Makes it feel a little more like home, I guess. Twilight's wording caught Sunset's attention. It doesn't feel like home normally? I don't know if it ever really has. That was definitely an odd remark for Twilight, at least in the immediate moment. She did recall that Twilight had acquired the castle in between her first two encounters, so it was true that she hadn't been living here for an especially long time, but still, years had passed since then. Apparently, Twilight noticed a silence from Sunset as she continued. When I first came to Ponyville, well, it was my first taste of genuine independence. Not living with my parents, not living at the gifted school, and not within a 4 limbs reach of Celestia. Just Spike and I, living in this little room in the old library here. I hadn't exactly been looking forward to it, but somehow it just became this special place, cozy, quiet, warm, in the middle of town, that kept me close by every pony while still having my own little space full of books and... I'm not sure what the best way to explain it is precisely, but it was just somewhere that felt like me. Sunset was quiet as Twilight began to slowly trot away from her, eyes still pointed upward. And then it was just, well, gone, Twilight continued. And then this place appeared out of the ground and Celestia told me it was mine, and inside everything was set up for my friends and I. I won't lie, at first it was really amazing, but it took a while to sink in that now I live here, in this big space designed for meetings and gatherings and summits and dinners, and it just feels so empty all the time, especially when Spike and I don't even share a room anymore. Some days we barely see each other. Twilight's head drooped, and she turned back to face Sunset. I know I shouldn't be complaining about a free place to live, but it's hard to make it feel like me much at all, not the way Golden Oaks was. Twilight looked up towards Sunset, and it was quiet for a moment. Around them, small snowflakes began to drift downward and dot their coats, but neither reacted to their presence. After some contemplation, a question popped into Sunset's head. Is that why this place doesn't have a name? Twilight nodded, her head lifting slightly. Not one from me. Spike called it the Castle of Friendship once. I get why, but it just sounds ironic to me. It doesn't feel friendly. It just feels big and distant. I've got my room, but none of the rooms here really feel that different. Golden Oaks was a sanctuary. This isn't. There was another interlude of quiet before Sunset began to trot forward, not minding the snow this time as she focused entirely on the mare in front of her. Upon reaching her, Sunset knelt down, feeling the chilling sensation begin to spread through her legs, but not minding it. Looking perplexed, Twilight slowly imitated the action, clearly curious what Sunset was doing, but uncertain how to ask it. Sunset didn't answer the unasked question directly, as she had one of her own to ask first. This isn't really just about the castle, is it? Twilight winced. Well, Princess. The wince became a grimace. Sunset knew well how Twilight felt about the way the word had become permanently affixed to a name in Sunset's world. A necessity when it turned out to be there was indeed a local Twilight Sparkle to whom the transient pony version needed to be distinguished. It had been a source of private grumbling that Sunset had initially brushed off as tongue-in-cheek humility, only to be rather astonished at just how much Twilight seemed to retreat from her title, even in Equestria. That she tried as hard as she could to be an ordinary pony in day-to-day life, just another respectable member of Ponyville's townsfolk that simply had some offbeat employment choices. In retrospect, it probably shouldn't have been as surprising as it felt, and yet it was. Having undergone some of the harshest lessons in ego management that a pony could experience, Sunset had found the idea of underplaying a genuinely earned status striking, at the very least, until she'd discovered something surprising about herself. "You're right," Twilight said. She exhaled, breath visible in the night air. "The reminder doesn't help. All the questions I have to think about, all those little stupid thoughts about what it all means, all the responsibilities, all the, well, everything just feels so much more inescapable here. When I was still at Golden Oaks, I could be Twilight Sparkle, even after Ascension and everything else. Now I'm the princess of friendship, always. The ponies who knew me before might not think much of it, but every pony else does." Twilight rested her snout on the snow, eyes glancing up in Sunset's direction. "And it's exhausting sometimes. I mean, you know I appreciate it. I always have. It's amazing. I never really understood that it was possible until it happened, but I knew it was something special. But I'm not built like Princess Celestia, or Luna, or even Cadence. It probably sounds pathetic, but when I try to say things like this to my friends, they just focus on encouraging me, telling me I'll be great and I'll figure it out and I've got this and they've got my back, and I appreciate that too. It's sincere, and sometimes it even helps." She lifted her head and looked Sunset in the eyes. "But sometimes I don't want to be encouraged. Sometimes I just need to say that there's just so little that makes sense anymore, and I don't know what I'm doing the way I used to. And I need someone to get that." Twilight rose up to her hooves, breaking eye contact and trotting off slightly toward the side of the balcony. Looking away from the town, Sunset followed, bringing herself alongside once more. It was funny. In a sense, Sunset knew Twilight's problem was almost the polar opposite of hers, craving the Ponyville life where Sunset dreaded it. Feeling like she'd been dragged out of the world that Sunset continued to waffle on, whether to dive back in. And yet somehow it felt the same, that sense of being estranged, of being lost on how to earnestly interact with the place she should feel the most at home in. The knowledge that back to normal is forever out of the cards. She inched closer, and when Twilight didn't scooch away, she brought her body into contact, sides pressed tightly together. "I get it," Sunset said. "I know you do," Twilight replied. "And you know that whatever happens, whichever world I'm in, I'll be here to listen." "I do." They brought their heads together, watching quietly as the snow continued to fall around them, letting everything sink in, the way the flakes seeped into their fur as they stood. Eventually Sunset stuck her tongue out to catch some of the flecks of white. Twilight laughed and, as she had for much of the evening, followed Sunset's lead, and Sunset laughed in turn, and for a few solid minutes they did nothing else but smile and giggle as they engaged in their wordless, scoreless contest to collect as much of the sky's bounty as possible, with the implicit rule that they couldn't move away from each other. Neither objected to the unspoken provision. As the chill finally got to them and they mutually withdrew from the competition, Twilight stepped to the side and spoke up. "You're staying here tonight, right?" Sunset smiled. "Obviously. Can't leave you all alone in this big empty reminder of all the queries of your existence after all, can I?" Twilight returned a cheeky comment with a playful flank nudge. "You absolutely cannot." "Fine," Sunset mock whined. She then motioned to the entrance back into the castle. "Should we get inside before we freeze then?" "Definitely," Twilight said, leaning forward and planting a small kiss on the side of Sunset's snout. Blushing, Sunset began to walk back toward the archway, single file with Twilight behind. Just before making it to the entrance though, she heard a scuffing noise. Turning around, she saw that Twilight had stopped. "Something wrong?" Sunset asked. "Oh," Twilight stammered. No, but I was just wondering, can you show me what it looks like in the snow?" "Huh?" Sunset blinked, only for it to then click. "Oh, I guess so." Steadying herself, Sunset stretched out her forelimbs, closed her eyes, and concentrated. Slowly she could feel the heat build on her sides and her forehead, the intensity building until suddenly it blew outward and stabilized. She could hear Twilight's gasp. "Wow!" Sunset opened her eyes and was greeted by the orange light that emanated just above them. Swinging her neck from one side to the other, she could see the ethereal, spectral, bright yellow wings that had formed, one on each side of her. The daydream alicorn, the form Sunset never thought she'd bear more than once, and certainly never in Equestria. Nothing about her change at the Friendship Games had felt like true ascension to her, and the idea of it having an impact in a world where she'd been cut off from seemed unlikely. But it seemed the fates had decided otherwise and granted her another confusing tether across dimensions in the process. It had taken several visits to Equestria before Sunset even realised she could summon those shining, brilliant features, but it only took a few short seconds before she'd realised what it meant that she could. She'd been grateful to have had only one witness to her first manifestation, the same one who was watching her now. "Sunset, it's magnificent, like a living fire of friendship." Facing her directly, Sunset gave a soft smile. "Thanks. And it's so perfect for heartwarming too. Really, I just wish I could share this with..." "What was that you were saying, Twilight? About not wanting to always be seen as a princess?" Twilight blushed. "Sorry, you know I won't say anything, not until you're ready," she huffed. "Still though, at least you can hide it. And at least your wings and horn aren't so bright they'll attract moths." "Fair, it's just that this is the stuff of legend. There's an entry in predictions and prophecies about how in the far future an earth pony will..." "Oh, that's not the point. It's just so exciting, but I get it, Sunset. Really, I get it. I know you do." Twilight galloped a short distance over to Sunset and wrapped her in a hug, folding her wings around her. Sunset did likewise, and the heat beginning to flow out into Twilight until the spectral appendages faded away, the bright light emanating from her horn winking out in the process. And as they broke apart, Sunset leaned in and returned Twilight's kiss from earlier. "Let's go inside." There was only the slightest pause before Twilight quietly affirmed the suggestion. "Okay." And with that, the two princesses stepped back inside the castle.
falls quiet on a world I know, but still don't fully feel as home. Lights on towers, golden high, don't want the corners of my mind. I've won crowns, I've walked away, I burned bridges I couldn't stay. Now standing in borrowed light, trying to believe I'm alright. I used to think the worth was earned by every lesson badly learned, that if I shone enough somehow I'd never feel uncertain now. But castles echo when you're alone, even power feels overgrown, and all the plans I thought I'd need don't help me sleep, don't help me breathe. All is bright with the world tonight, not because I finally won, but because I don't have to run or prove I've come undone. All is bright, the cold feels small when I don't have to be at all. No destiny I need to see, just someone staying here with me. Snowball fights and awkward cheer, laughing at another year. No great spell, no master plan, just clumsy joy I didn't plan. I don't fix the world today, I just let the moment stay. And for once I don't pretend I know how everything will end. All is bright with the world tonight, even shadows soften here. I don't need to rewrite my past to know that I belong at last. All is bright, I let it be, not what I was, just who I'll be. No crown, no role, no guiding star, just being here the way I am. I spent so long becoming strong, I forgot the rest belonged to anyone who dared to stay when the night didn't fade away. All is bright with the world tonight. Hearth's warming, doesn't ask me why. It doesn't care where I've been from, it just says stay welcome. All is bright, and for this year that's more than I believe was here. Snow keeps falling soft and slow, and I don't feel alone. For the first time in a while, the light doesn't ask me to shine, it just lets me stand inside.
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel. Mystery. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. Pony and Dizzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Fiction.
Bro, bandits, set spray!
Still Napped by Marjadin. Dearest Luna, it's heartwarming again, and never do I feel your loss so keenly as I do on a holiday meant to celebrate our closest friendships and an atmosphere of love. As always, know that I miss you terribly, little sister, and I write these in hope that one day I will get to share all of this with you. You'll be pleased to know that for once I am not attending one of the overdone preparations put on by toadies looking to curry favour from the rulership. Indeed, I'll be spending it in the palace this year, in a much more private celebration.
ageless eyes stared out at the slowly descending moon, with its sooty mark of a mare marring the shining silver surface, even as golden magic worked carefully to wrap yet another box in brightly coloured paper and ribbons. "Happy heartwarming, sister," she murmured softly. "Did you say something, Your Highness?" Celestia turned to see the young mare standing there, assisting her with the wrapping of gifts. "Nothing of import, Raven. Only the musings of an old mare." As Raven Inkwell's mouth opened, the alicorn shushed her. "And don't try to tell me I'm not old. I marked 52 centuries a few decades ago. If any pony has the right to call themselves old, it is me." Raven nodded non-committally. "As you wish, Princess. I had wondered, do you think it entirely wise to turn down the invitation to the play? The populace looks to you for guidance, and they are very sensitive to perceived slights." "Not this again." Celestia kept the frown off her features from years, centuries of practice. "I understand that it is a risk, but truly, Raven, in this case, I have little choice. I cannot take her with me. And with the surges, I cannot risk leaving her alone. Even with a nursemaid, some pony could get hurt." Her eyes strayed to the tiny form curled up on the bed, clutching a stuffed toy that was almost bigger than it was. "Why, you ask, did I change my mind? The reason was quite simple, but to me it is a wonderful thing. Perhaps it is best you be sitting, sister, for this news. I've taken the sweetest, most adorable little foal into my care. It only took 5,000 years. But you are an auntie, Lulu." "I'm so sorry I didn't share the news sooner, but I wasn't sure the situation would be more than temporary. Poor little foal was lost in a forest fire, and we have been unable to locate her birth family. So for the foreseeable future, she is my sweet little foal, and I see such bright things ahead for her. She's only 6 months old, and already so clever and smart, sister, and she has the softest, fluffiest little golden coat, with a little curly mane that reminds me of all those days' ends where we would stand together so I could lower the sun while you raised the moon. It's one of the reasons I named her Sunset Shimmer. Yes, like in the poem, little Sunset is a treasure, and I hope so strongly that you one day get to meet her yourself. I know you will love her as much as I do." The alicorn surveyed the pile of gifts. "Do you think she'll be able to open them?" she asked in a sudden worry. "Or do you think we wrapped them too tight?" "I think it will be fine, Your Highness. In fact, Raven was interrupted by the sound of paper tearing and a tiny high-pitched giggle. Both mares turned to find the filly happily using her tiny hooves and gummy mouth to tear a few discarded pieces of wrapping paper to shreds, kicking up the resulting confetti like warm, brightly coloured snow. Bits of paper stuck in her mane and coat as she rolled around with happy squeals of laughter amidst the mess she had made on the plush carpet. A small piece drifted down to land on her nose, making the tiny foal go cross-eyed before she sneezed, sending the paper pieces flying. The younger mare arched an eyebrow almost to a hairline before turning back to Celestia. In an absolute deadpan, she replied, "I am fairly certain, Your Highness, that she is fully capable of tearing paper. You have nothing to worry about." It's my little son's very first heartwarming, and it's almost hard to believe the time has gone by so quickly. I know it's always been one of my favourite holidays, and maybe it's because of the way Sunset's eyes light up at all the brightly coloured decorations. But this year, the whole season has just seemed extra magical and breathtaking. It's the first time in many years that my heart has felt full for the holiday. That's not to say I miss you any less, my dearest little sister, but I just feel like I have a reason to celebrate this year. Sunset got her present from Raven early. I told you about her in one of my more recent letters. She's the mare who took over for writing desk, an adorable little red coat and hat to keep her warm, so I could take her out into the first heavy snowstorm of the season. Yes, I'm perfectly aware that warming charms are a thing, and that I could very easily have enchanted one for Sunset, but it was so generous and thoughtful of Raven to give her a coat, and it wasn't hard to tuck a charm into the inner lining to make doubly sure she stayed warm. It was worth it to see her bounding around in the snow of the garden. I had some of it cleared, but the night before had seen a storm that dropped a fresh foot of snow on the ground, and the drifts were taller than Sunset. I wish you would have seen her trying to bunny hop through the snow. All she could see sticking up out of the drift was a tiny amber bottom and a swishy red and gold tail that was wagging like it belonged to a puppy and not a pony foal. Under the snow she could hear the shuffling sounds of extremely industrious digging, and Celestia could not help but laugh. That of course prompted Sunset to wiggle back out of the hole she dug, only to sink up her shoulders in another drift and stare at the princess with big blue-green eyes and a giggle. Snow was caught in the little one's mane and in the folds of the coat she was wearing, but she bounded awkwardly towards Celestia a moment later with the uneven gait of a foal whose legs were not really long enough to run properly yet. Celestia caught the little filly on her last hop, scooping her up in her wings and forelegs for a hug and a cuddle. "Are you having fun, little son? Maybe I can show you how to build a snow pony. Would you like that?" Babyish babble and a mouth gumming on feathers was a thing the monarch took as a yes. Of course, our last stop outside before we came in to eat was at the Grove. Yes, I know, I'm as surprised as you are that those whispering firs are still growing strong. But we tend them carefully year round, and they seem all the more healthy for it. Every year I trim enough to make a wreath from your trees and mine, and Sunset was absolutely enthralled by the Grove. We even planted her a little sapling there, so she'll have a tree whose branches we can add to the wreath for years to come. I know it's not the same thing as having you with me, Lulu, but it was nice to have some pony with me again, to share the traditions from our own foalhood with. I know the main messages of the holiday are still the same, but it just feels so strange to see all these newer traditions that have supplanted the ones we knew. Celestia spoke to the foal nestled comfortably between her wings as she trotted carefully through the snow to the small stand of evergreens located at the very back of the palace grounds. "And every year my sister and I would make wreaths from these trees. They have a special magic in them, you know. They trap memories in them, voices and conversations, and even years later, in the darkest parts of winter, when the wind blows, the memories seep out of them, and you can hear ponies who are long gone. When I was a filly, just like you, it was a tradition to use branches from them, because if you were lucky, you could hear the echoes of ponies you loved who weren't with you anymore. That was a very hard time, you see, and these trees were one of the only things that Discord's magic couldn't bend." Sunset made a burbly sound, contentedly chewing on a bit of Celestia's mane, and the mare answered as she entered the hushed grove made of spindly cooked evergreens to thin and sparse with knotted twisted limbs. They were nothing that could ever have been worked into useful tools, weapons or shelter, only smaller hoofcraft items or carvings. Or like she had mentioned, the bows could be used for making wreaths. We don't really know why they are unaffected by his chaos magic. Some used to think it was because memories are stronger than even the pandemonium of life. My sister always thought it was something much simpler though, that they absorb the chaos as part of them, just another memory, and that the magic that connects them to hearts and minds of creatures is some form of ancient magic much stronger than even him. She gently lowered the filly off her back to the much shallower snow under the closely growing stand of tall trees, smiling indulgently as sunset began pouring and digging curiously into the snow near the tree bases. Little tail still swishing, it gave her a few moments to carefully pull the clippers from her saddlebag and start carefully snipping off some of the smaller branches, while voices of long past whispered in her ears. Sunset sat up abruptly, head cocked, little ears twitching to and fro, as laughter swirled through her already tangled mane. "Where are you taking me, sunshine?" a voice whispered, sending both pain and longing through Celestia's heart. "It is too bad that we do not know how these trees capture memory. Then we could possess a tree for Papa, Tia, or Mother. I would so love to keep their voices alive and with us." Came another, a memory echo of her sister amidst the fir needles, almost leading her in the wobbly foal around the glen. Sunset pounced on a mound of snow with a gleeful noise, carefully believing it to be the source of the sound, only to sink into the drift and start digging, kicking up a shower of white powder behind her. A surprised squeal had the unicorn lifting the foal in her magic a minute later. "Are you all right, my little son?" she asked. Little Sunset responded with a muffled squeak, and the mare realized her tiny charge was holding a small branch with an intact pine cone hanging from it in her mouth. A pine cone from trees that hadn't produced cones in over 2 centuries. "Oh, my darling little son, what a treasure you have found!" She carefully took the cone in her magic, and then looked at the empty space in the center of the grove where they had cut down a few of the trees that had died due to rot in their bark, and came to a decision. Less than 15 minutes later, that barren space was covered with half a dozen young saplings, still flush with growing magics and memories that she'd infused them with, much to the wide-eyed fascination of the filly resting on the snow next to her. "There, they will fill in this space nicely, and they can be yours, Sunset." Sunset tilted her head back to watch as Celestia gathered up the bundle of branches she'd trimmed from the mature, if elderly, trees, then reared back on her tiny haunches next to the closest sapling, trying to grab a branch in her mouth. All that did was bend the young tree over, leaving a filly barely on her hooves, dangling from the branch with a grumpy grumble. Laughter bubbled up, and with care, the alicorn snipped the small branch from the young sapling. It would not damage it to take just a little branch, and Sunset clearly wanted to have her own. The little unicorn tumbled into the snow, branch going with her, and after she rolled gamely to her little hooves, she picked up the branch by its end proudly, dragging it to Celestia as best she could. Given that it was longer than she was, the sight made the Solar Princess laugh again with utter delight, because Sunset resembled a kitten or puppy dragging a scarf through the palace hallways, a comparison that gained even more credence when her little tail started wagging and swishing happily back and forth once more. Dinner was, for the first time in years, a private affair, just myself and little Sunset. And after we made the wreath, I told her the story of heartwarming, just like Papa used to tell us. I know she's too little to understand the story itself, and there's no way she speaks the language, especially not a dialect 5,000 years gone. But she still listened, and it felt good to keep Papa's memory alive by passing on the story the way he told it. I think I'll do it again next year, and the year after, though I might have to eventually do it in the more modern ponish. Nay, I feel not hate for ye, though of earth and horn ye be, replied the Pegasus. Twere I to be honest, I have more anger in my breast for Commander Blowhard there than any of ya. There was a snort of laughter from small Cookie, huddled miserably with ice coating her up to her barrel and trapping her mossy coloured tail around her hocks. Too bad we're about to die like rats in a cat's jaws, because it sounds like you two are ponies I could really be friends with. Clover felt his teeth chattering hard enough that they might crack. What force says we cannot still be friends? Let death claim us, if it must. At least we do not go into the dark alone, as they will. He jerked his horn at their leaders, who were wasting their final breath screaming hateful things at one another, their voices becoming shrill and wailing like the foul spirits in the frigid tempest above. I would rather pledge our friendship now and know that where I go, it is with ponies I spoke my last words to in love and kindness, not hate and anger. I am honoured to have met you, friends. And with that soft admission, his voice shaking from the ice that crept up his neck, had threatened to freeze the blood in his veins, the unicorn felt a strange warmth spreading from within him in that crystal and ice-coated cave. At first he believed it was merely the false warmth of death, but his new friends cried out in surprise, and he was blinded by the light that shone from his horn. A fire born of friendship and kindness that melted the ice away from their bodies and became the hearth fire that drove back the screaming, wailing cries and shattered the foul magic the Wendigo had laid on the hearts of all Equestria. The hateful winter was ended, not by the sword or by defiance, my little son, but by friendship. It is why we celebrate even now, to remind us that we must hold kindness in our hearts and extend it to others, not just ponies, but all creatures, great and small, and to reject anger and hate so that the Wendigo find no home in our hearts. As long as we do, there will never again be a winter without end. You must always remember and keep this knowledge close. No matter what your life brings, hate and fear only beget more of the same. Less work they take than stoking friendship's fire, but in the end, all they leave is an icy domain. The only answer to the end of the story was a sleepy, waffly little baby snore, and Celestia lifted the tent of her wing to observe sunset curled among the newest stuffed toys she'd been given for the holiday, drooling on the oversized paws of a soft, cuddly replica of an Ursa done in sparkly fabric, her little forelimbs tugging the older plush of a white alicorn close. "Good night, my little son," Celestia murmured, placing a kiss on Sunset's forehead near the base of her horn. "Happy heartwarming." And maybe, Luna, someday you'll be back and we can share these holiday traditions, all three of us, a family. I would like that very much, sister. There is not a day that goes by that I do not miss you terribly and would give anything to fix what I somehow unknowingly broke. I love you, Lulu, more than ever, and I miss you more than there are words for me to describe. Happy heartwarming, baby sister. All my love, Celestia. With a heavy sigh and a lingering glance towards the tiny form still sleeping on the bed, the Princess of the Sun folded the creamy parchment into an envelope, writing the date on it and sealing it with her own personal seal. Her eyes strayed to the window where moonlight streamed in across the floor, throwing silver shadows on this slice of the world, even as she retrieved a chest from the false back of her closet, one carefully locked and kept hidden from prying eyes. A key produced from a separate hiding place unlocked it, and she opened the lid slowly so she could place the letter on top of all the others. Hundreds of missives never sent, all meant for the sister she had failed so long ago. Her hoof lingered on the lid for a moment, and she stared through the window again, at the moon marred by the sooty image of a mare. "I won't fail again, Luna. I promise. You'll be home soon, and I'll fix it. I promise." And just for a moment, as she returned the chest to its hidden home, she fancied she heard a faint, faraway voice and the lifting strain of an ancient melody, the words unknown now to all but the most dedicated scholars of old Polish dialects, and one lonely alicorn mare who had unexpectedly found herself less alone that hearth's warming. Joy and an unmistakable certainty filled her heart, and she murmured, "One day we'll be together again."
Hearth warming comes with candles bright and songs that echo love and light. Yet never do these nights feel long as when I sing them on my own. Crowds rejoice, the banners fly, they cheer the sun across the sky. But when the moon begins to rise, I feel your absence in my eyes. I write your name in careful lines on parchment folded through the time, words I cannot yet allow to leave my hoof but live here now. I've played my part, I've worn my crown, I've learned how not to let it show that every joy I gather here is one I wish that you could know. Still enough, the world is still and I am quieter inside, not for lack of love or hope, but all the things I cannot hide. Still enough, my dearest star, though we are farther than we seem, I keep a place beside the fire for every shared and waiting dream. This year is different, small and bright, a little sun with curious eyes. She laughs at paper, snow and sound, a joy I never thought I'd find. I tell her story soft and slow of hearth fire born from kindness shared. Though she can't know the words I speak, she feels the love that lingers there. Still enough, my heart feels full and broken in the very same. For every smile she gives to me, I wish that you could
Mystery Pony Fiction Channel. Mystery. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. Pony and Dizzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way. Fiction.
Bro, 5 minutes! Subscribe!
Stuck in the Middle with You by RobCakeRan53. Author's note. Thanks again to Aora, and I hope and what I see is me, as well as others enjoy this story. So to cover all my bases, Merry Christmas, Happy Hearthwarming, Happy New Year, and Bah Humbug! The road was barren, the 2-track covered in a blanket of heavy snow which hadn't seen traffic since before it began falling from the bucks of Pegasi hooves. Not because it was a less travelled route, but because every pony knew better, and they were home in their warm beds or before a roaring hearth. No such luck for 3 ponies of varying sanity and magical per use, travelling to visit family on Hearthwarming Eve. Kicking up the fetlock deep snow, an orange unicorn bundled up in blue winter clothes, with stars covering the pattern, pushed through, doing his best to follow the barely visible indents of the trail. He pulled behind him a large cart of purples, blues, yellows and golds, done up in a pattern of magical symbols, fireworks and shooting stars. This was not, however, his wagon, but it was his turn to pull so that between the 2 current occupants, one could continue to rest while the other warmed herself from the laughably small wood stove. Thankfully, inside, a light purple mare cozied up to her blue friend, nuzzling her and sharing her body's warmth. "You should have traded a half hour ago," said Starlight Glimmer with a slight frown, yet she didn't relent in rubbing against her friend. "Yes, Trixie knows this. But you two have the only clock, so one of you should have stopped me," said the aforementioned Trixie Lulamoon. "I know, and I'm sorry, but Sunburst was curled up beside me, sleeping still, and I just didn't have the heart to wake him yet." "So you let Trixie suffer longer? Because you love her far less than him?" Starlight rolled her eyes, grabbing her friend with a foreleg and pulling her closer. "No, Trix, and you know that. I love you both. But, well, you know what Sunburst is to me." Remaining silent, Trixie simply looked between them and up the slightly large belly of her friend. "Yes, the sire to your foal. Not just that, we were childhood friends, and we both had feelings for so long that we kept quiet about that. Well..." Sighing, Trixie nuzzled up to Starlight, placing a hoof on her friend's belly. "Trixie knows, Starlight, she knows. It's just not always easy being the third wheel." "Third wheel? Trix, you know you're not that. Us 3 love each other equally. No pony is lesser than the other in this relationship." Trixie gave Starlight's belly a poke. "Clearly." Rolling her eyes, Starlight grabbed Trixie's head, pulling her in close to kiss her forehead just below her horn. "You silly magician, you're the one who said you weren't ready for foals." "Yes, however Trixie thought you shared the same reservation." "Well, yes, I did. But then, after talking with my father and Sunburst's mother, things changed." Trixie's ears went flat, and with a shuffle to the side, she pulled away from Starlight's foreleg, instead pushing her chest against the sill to the forward window, closed to block out the wind. Although a small draught was present, she pressed her right ear against the shutter, feeling the cold soaking through the wood and causing her still numb ear to burn. Trixie was used to this kind of winter abuse out between her shows, but Sunburst? He did live in the Crystal Empire for a number of years, and still travelled out there to teach Princess Florryheart magical lessons. So maybe he was hardened enough for this sort of thing. Ah! The wagon jolted, then stopped, and Trixie with her magic unclasped the locked shutter, opening it just far enough to peer outside. Sunburst was in the process of picking himself up, having clearly fallen belly first into the snow. Trixie sighed, and before she could close the window, Starlight stood over top of her, resting her chin on top of Trixie's head to also peer out. "Oh dear, he's not doing so well, is he?" Trixie's response was a simple hum. "Do you think I should go out and change with him?" "No, you heard Dr. Stable. After 7 months you need to keep off your hooves as much as possible. Hitching you to a harness is the opposite of that." "I know, but, well, look at him." Trixie hadn't stopped, instead listening with one ear on Starlight, while the other, and her eyes, focused on the struggling stallion. He was on his hooves now, brushing as much of his underside off as he could with his hoof and magic. He only had winter gear on his forward half, his rear only sporting the saddle blanket draped to his dock. "At least we have a nice view," Trixie commented with a grin. She could feel Starlight's own grin on top of her head. "Yeah, he has such a cute set of flanks for a bookworm." Both mares huffed a laugh, but when another large gust of wind and big snowflakes blew in at them, they pulled back. The shutter was closed and latched by Starlight's magic. However, it continued to rattle from the outside winds. They laid there, still on the one large bed in favour of the 2 small hammocks of past travels. As they counted down the seconds, and then a full minute, Starlight worked her jaw, preparing to say something, when the wagon lurched forward and the steady rhythm of movement through deep snow picked up again. "Well, I'll be," Trixie said, then turned to Starlight. "Trixie supposes he is made of sterner stuff. Sunburst has a way of surprising you, that's for sure," Starlight said with a chuckle. Starlight then returned to the bed, laying on her side and patting the thin mattress with a hoof. "Now come here and lay down. You need to warm up and rest." Dragging her hooves, Trixie did as told, laying on her opposite side so the 2 mares faced each other. With her magic, Starlight draped over a blanket, covering them to hold in their heat, while Trixie nuzzled against her friend's chest and neck. Finally, with a deep breath, Trixie truly settled down, and Starlight gave her another gentle kiss before resting her own head atop her friend's. The 2 then drifted off to slumber to the rocking of the wagon, allowing Luna to give them pleasant dreams. Both mares were woken by a sudden jolt, and with enough of a lean to cause Trixie to roll out of the bed with a thud. "What happened?" Starlight asked, yawning and rubbing her eyes. "Clearly we crashed," Trixie grumbled from the cold floor. "What? No, that can't be it." There then came a rushed knock from the back door, to which Starlight answered with her magic. Quickly, Sunburst darted inside, his back covered in a thick layer of snow. "At least brush yourself off," Trixie shouted. Sunburst let out a sigh, then slowly trotted back outside, then mere moments later returned with far less snow covering him. "So, what did you do?" Trixie, still laying on the floor, asked with a defeated tone. "Trix, would you stop being so hard on Sunburst? He didn't crash the wagon or anything. I'm sure he..." Sunburst interrupted with a hoof up. Yes, actually I did. We're in a ditch." "Oh," Starlight finished. "It wasn't so bad at first. I got it stuck in a rut or something, and I've been out there for I don't know how long trying to get it unstuck. But then I slipped again, and the wagon went with me, and the next thing I knew, we were halfway into a ditch." Trixie grumbled. "And you can't pull it out?" "And I can't pull it out, right." Trixie sighed. "First Starlight, and now the wagon. Trixie shall be carrying protection around you from now on." Trixie! It was a joke! In bad taste, Sunburst was working hard so that you could rest just because he doesn't have the more toned muscle like you, or stamina like you, or even wagon hauling experience like you. Is there a point to this? Sunburst asked. Yes, come here. Sunburst on shaky hooves did so, and Starlight used her magic to remove his cold, soaked clothes, hung them on a hook beside the door, and then using her forelegs wrapped him up in a hug. I, and by definition we, both love you, and thank you for trying and doing your best. Sunburst returned a hug. Trixie, finally sitting up, rolled her eyes. Trixie, if you don't join in on this hug, I swear. At Starlight's words, Trixie wrapped her hooves around the two hugging ponies. You're so cold, Trixie blurted out. Yes, because it's cold outside, Sunburst said with a roll of his eyes. No, you are really cold. Your ears, they're nearly frostbitten. How long were you out there? Trixie quickly looked to the clock, then gasped. 4 hours? We were supposed to relieve each other every 2. I know, but when I checked in to do so, you two were so comfortable and sleeping together. Starlight cooed, then pulled Sunburst into another tight hug, giving him a passionate kiss on his frozen lips. You goof, that's how you hurt yourself. Yes, and Trixie is all too familiar with that. Come, lay in bed now while Trixie gets some warm water. She needs to check for any lingering damage. With no protest, Sunburst jumped up into the warm bed beside Starlight, who took it upon herself to brush off the last traces of snow before covering him with a large blanket. The stallion was still shivering under the thick blanket, so Starlight joined him under the cover, wrapping her hooves around his barrel. Oh, that's nice, he said with a sigh. Trixie, meanwhile, had placed a small pot of water on the wood stove, warming it to the point it steamed and no more. Then taking a clean rag, dipped it in with her magic. She approached her two friends and then started taking the rag in her hooves. She wrung it out and began massaging Sunburst's ears. You don't have to do that, Trixie, Sunburst said between chattering teeth. No, she does not, but she shall anyway, Trixie said, slowly working her hooves around his ears, mixing the warm water with hoof massage to try and restore circulation to the appendages. Silence took over between the three, Starlight resting her head along Sunburst's neck and shoulder while Trixie stood beside the bed and warmed his ears. Then Starlight cleared her throat. So, how stuck are we? Sunburst let out a sigh, and would have flicked an ear had it not been in Trixie's hooves. Bad, but we might have to wait for some pony to come help us. That's no good. With it being heartwarming, that might not be until later in the evening. Do we have enough wood? Sunburst looked to Trixie. If not, Trixie is sure there is plenty around outside if we look. Well, at least I think we're only a couple of hours' trot from Sire's Hollow. Sunburst sighed, then laid his head down onto the bed while Trixie soaked and wrung out the rag again. You think? Trixie asked. It was hard to see much farther than a couple yards. My guess is there are some road clouds that some towns ponies just let loose, but I did pass the crossroads a bit ago, so we're not too far out. Starlight hummed, rubbing her muzzle against Sunburst's neck. Trixie let out a huff, rubbing Sunburst's ears for another round, then placed the damp rag back into the water. Starlight and Sunburst watched as she walked over to the door, placing on her winter gear. Trixie, you don't have to try to get us out, Starlight said. Or at least wait until I've warmed up some so I can help. Trixie let out another defeated sigh. No, Trixie is going out to assess and then will return momentarily. Instead of her full winter garb, the magician took only a hat, earmuffs, and scarf, then trotted out quickly, closing the door behind her. Well, she certainly is in a mood, Sunburst huffed. Yeah, I've noticed that since we invited her to visit with our parents. Really? I've noticed it since you told her you were pregnant. You don't think she... Starlight hummed. No, she's not ready yet, but our parents may be. I know she lost hers when she was young, about the same age Applejack lost hers. Oh, were they connected? Starlight shook her head, then nuzzled Sunburst again. I don't think so. She lived in Manhattan then. Starlight pulled back. What? What are you thinking? Well, we are going to be stuck here for a while, and we did have a plan in mind for introducing her to our parents. So? Sunburst shrugged. Maybe we should ask her. Now? Well, I don't know. When she's back in and settled down, we don't have to pry or anything. I'm not sure. I honestly gave her several openings in the past for her to tell me about them, but she never did bite. Well, for our heartwarming gift for her to really work out, maybe we should push a little more and ask her. Starlight's ears went flat, the mare looking around the wagon trying to picture where her friend and fellow lover might be. Maybe, but should we... Starlight was cut off by the door opening and closing quickly, Trixie rushing inside. Brr, that wind is getting worse. I know, I could hardly see. My glasses were frosted over, so I took them off. And then the wind was beating up my eyes, so I struggled to keep them open while I walked. Trixie has goggles, you know. Oh. Starlight let slip a giggle, to which Trixie raised a brow at. Sorry, Trix, you know I know this isn't funny, but well, look at us. I fail to see any humour in this situation, Trixie said, removing her snow-covered clothes. We're three close, intimate friends stuck in the snow in a wagon with minimal heat save for our own bodies. Oh hey, I think I like where this is going, Sunburst said, only to receive a playful slap from Starlight's hoof. Not like that. We're close friends, and this really is our first time together, out in the world. We are truly alone. Silence rang in every pony's ears, until Sunburst let out a, huh? So, instead of seeing this as a problem, let's embrace it. And how, pray tell, shall we do that? Trixie asked. Easy. Turn off all but one lantern and come snuggle up with us and warm up. The storms will hopefully subside by morning and we'll go from there. She huffed, she puffed, but eventually Trixie's shivering body told her this was the preferred option than trying to spend countless hours freeing the wagon during a raging blizzard. Fine, she finally agreed. Trixie went and snuffed 2 of the 3 lanterns' lights, leaving the last on a low flicker so at least she wasn't tripping on anything. While she was up, she also added another log to the wood stove. Sunburst, feeling much warmer, shifted so he was laying on his back, with Starlight laying to his left side and into the crook of his foreleg. Reaching a hoof over, Starlight patted the empty part of the bed on Sunburst's right side. Come on in, it's nice and warm. There was a brief bout of hesitation in Trixie's eyes, the small flames from the lone lantern dancing in the large orbs, before finally she relented and got into the bed. Laying on Sunburst's right side, Starlight took Trixie's hoof in her own and squeezed, while Sunburst used his magic to drape the blanket over all 3 of them. Starlight then rested her chin upon Sunburst's chest, while Trixie rested hers on the stallion's right foreleg. Trixie? Starlight asked. What were your parents like? Had it not already been cold outside the blanket, the temperature would have dropped another couple degrees. As it was, Trixie shifted herself so she pulled away from Sunburst, but not totally out of his grasp. Why ask such a thing now? Well, we know you lost your parents when you were young, but you never told us about them. My mother left not long after Sunburst went to Celestia's school. And I lost my father almost 10 years ago now, not too long after I went to Canterlot. Sunburst added in. Starlight gave Sunburst another nuzzle. And, well, we've learned to live with just one parent for so long, but you've had neither. I just thought maybe you'd like to share or talk about them. It is heartwarming, after all, a time for family and friends. Trixie has gone so long without family, The blue mare went silent, then with a gulp and a shiver under the blanket. I don't really remember much. I do recall my father being a magician, much like I am now, performing for little colts and fillies, bringing smiles to their faces and sharing stories of whimsical adventures and terrifying beasts. My mother, she was an astrologist and used lunar stars to predict ponies' futures and give them good advice on how to better themselves. Sunburst shifted his right arm, forcing Trixie to press into his side once more, but the mare didn't fight it. What happened? He asked. The winds outside provided the only sound for several long seconds. My mother was murdered on the streets. My father couldn't handle the loss, and I know not of where he is or if he's even alive. The stallion pulled her in even closer, and Starlight wrapped her own foreleg around the two. Trix. It is okay. Trixie has cried those tears and moved on with her life, and it would be best that you two gave her the same courtesy and let it be. You wanted the truth? Well, there it is. It was hard to see in the dim light, but Starlight noticed the show mare was instead shedding a few tears. Sunburst sensed it as well, and leaned his head down to nuzzle her. We're sorry, if it means anything, and we do know the pain as well. A sniffle broke the pending silence, and Sunburst took the opportunity to wrap his forelegs around both mares and push them against his sides for a tight, warm hug, and gave each of them a kiss on the cheek. I do love you, both of you, and I'll be there for you. Starlight leaned up and gave Sunburst a kiss. And I'll be there for you both too. Then the two looked to Trixie, expecting something, but instead the mare was looking off in the distance, lost. Starlight and Sunburst lay still. The two then looked to each other, and with a nod from Starlight, Sunburst cleared his throat. Trixie, there was a special reason we invited you along with us. She wiggled herself away from Sunburst and attempted to lay on her side so her back was to them. Oh yes, she's sure, so that the miserable and lonesome Trixie wouldn't be alone. The blue mare was then caught off guard by the normally gentle forelegs of the timid stallion wrapping themselves around her tighter and bringing her back up against his barrel and chest. And then Starlight, draping over Sunburst, nuzzled the mare, giving her a kiss on her damp cheek. We were going to wait until tomorrow morning to ask you this, but well, since we're stuck here and all, probably for most of heartwarming morning, Sunburst added. Exactly, Trix. We didn't get you anything for heartwarming because we've already given it to you. Trixie was at an awkward angle, unable to look at Sunburst and barely able to see Starlight. She shifted, and Sunburst allowed her to turn around so she was facing the two. She gave them a curious, reserved look, with one brow at the ready to rise if needed. We want you to be part of our family, Starlight said. Trixie blinked. You know, as in us three, a herd, essentially, Starlight continued. Yes, and while we have been busy already between us, Starlight and I wanted to make it official. Sunburst proposed to me. He was going to wait until heartwarming, but I had some mood swings a couple months ago, and we got yelling at each other, and he blurted it out. I still can't believe I did that. Starlight gave the stallion a small peck on the cheek. I know, but it was sweet and helped the situation. Anyway, Trix, I told him yes, but on one condition. Now both ponies were staring at a perplexed Trixie. She said I had to ask you too, and well, after all we've gone through and what we've done together, I saw no reason not to ask. So, our heartwarming gift, Trixie, is would you join us? Be a part of this family? We even thought meeting our parents would help you decide, but since that won't be happening until after this morning, providing we get unstuck, Starlight playfully shoved her stallion. Or some pony finds us and helps, Sunburst gave a shove back with his shoulder. Then maybe, while they're our parents, they'd be in some way also yours. Not that we'd want them to replace your parents or anything, Sunburst quickly added. Oh, no, of course not. Just, well, be there for you, like they were there for us before, you know. My failure at Celestia's school, Sunburst sighed. And my crazy phase, Starlight added with her own sigh. Both ponies had lost focus on the third in their party and now returned their attention to her to gauge her reaction. She was laying on her back, still snuggled against Sunburst's side, but looking straight up at the ceiling. Trix? Starlight asked. She continued to remain quiet. Starlight and Sunburst shared a glance, and she shoved his chin with her muzzle. Sunburst leaned over, having to pull partly away from Starlight and give Trixie a passionate kiss, causing her eyes to widen. Slowly he drew back and settled down on how he was before, which gave Starlight a chance to lay over his chest and at Trixie and do the same, giving the mare another long kiss on the lips. She pulled back and rested her chin upon her forehooves. Have you been rebooted? Starlight asked. Or do we need to try again? Sunburst asked with a waggle to his brows. Only Starlight saw. No. It's Trixie. That is I mean... The two had expected some sort of reaction from the mare, but crying was not one of them. Tears welled up and ran down her cheeks as she stared at the space between them, struggling to focus on only one of them. Sunburst didn't hesitate, removing his foreleg from Starlight so he could pull Trixie over himself. Starlight caught on quickly and shifted aside so that her mare friend, hopefully future wife, could be swapped with her future husband. Trixie, throughout all of this, was limp as a noodle, being hoofed about until she was pressed between Starlight and Sunburst, and hugged until she could barely breathe. Starlight placed her head under Trixie's chin, while Sunburst placed his chin atop Trixie's head, and both ponies hugged her for all they were worth. While they wanted her answer, they also knew she was currently emotionally vulnerable, and therefore remained silent as all three laid together, under a thick wool blanket, stuck in the snow, in a ditch, on Hearthwarming Eve. Before too long, all three's breathing was even and gentle. Trixie let out a shuddered breath, but then gave each of them the best attempt at a nuzzle as she could from her sandwiched position, and placed a hoof on Starlight's bulging belly. Through one eye each, the two watched as Trixie pulled a hoof back, kissed it, and placed it lovingly once again on Starlight's belly. Smiling, she swore she felt something return the touch. She closed her tear-stained eyes and whispered a single word to them. Yes. Hanirika by Shakespeare Calise. Applejack ducked in and out from between the stalls in the marketplace, looking from one to the next with increased desperation. Come on, something, anything! Barely looking where she was going, the orange earth pony collided with Fluttershy. Applejack, what's wrong? Fluttershy asked, seeing her friend in a frenzied tizzy. It's Big Mac, Applejack said. I'm his heartwarming helper this year. He already knows exactly what to get for me, but he's impossible to shop for. It's not like he ever says what he wants. It's almost heartwarming Eve, and I still haven't found anything for him. I'm sure he will love whatever you give him, the yellow Pegasus assured her. You could just give him an apple, and I'm sure he would love it. But he'll just think I'm re-gifting the one he gave me last. Oh wait, you were joking. Well, what did you get for your brother this year? She asked. Oh, Zephyr was easy. I got him this copy of Wonderbolts Illustrated with a 3-page fold-out spread of Rainbow Dash signed by her. Fluttershy looked around nervously. I didn't even tell her it's for him. Fluttershy turned to put the magazine back into her saddlebag. That was when she noticed that her cutie mark was glowing. Oh dear! Looks like the map is calling you, Applejack said. Fluttershy looked at Applejack. Her flank was glowing too. It looks like it's calling you as well, she said. Dang it, why now? Applejack griped. It's almost heartwarming. I ain't got time for this. But Applejack, it means that some pony is having a friendship problem right now. We have to help save the holiday for them. Alright, come on. Applejack and Fluttershy trotted briskly to Twilight Sparkle's castle. They arrived at Twilight's castle to find Twilight going full Twily nanas, rushing around the castle, making last-minute preparations. Oh, hey, what are you two doing here? She asked. It's not heartwarming day already, is it? Spike, was I up all night again? What day is it? Yup, full Twily nanas, Spike groaned. Actually, we're here because of these, Applejack said, as she and Fluttershy pointed to their glowing flanks. Oh my gosh! Twilight gasped, trotting along with them to the map room. They looked at where their cutie marks were hovering. Oh, it's sending you two back to Perilous Peaks again. The Kirin village? Fluttershy said. An autumn blaze? Applejack said. Why, I haven't seen her in ages. You don't think Rainshine made them go through the stream of silence again, do you? Fluttershy asked nervously. Or they all turned into Nyrics and burned their village down again? I don't think so, Applejack said. At least, I hope not. She quickly did some fancy mathematics in her head. Well, whatever it is, hopefully we can get there quickly, solve it, and get back in time for heartwarming. Maybe you can find something for Big Mac while you're there, Fluttershy said. Just get him an apple, Twilight said. Why does every pony keep saying that? Applejack asked. Well, whatever it is, just make sure it's something good, Twilight said, because the one time you mess up, he'll go off and marry some pony, and you won't even find out about the wedding until you get an invitation in the mail. You might tell him you forgive him, but deep down you never really let something like that go. Mac is already married to Sugar Belle, Applejack reminded her. I knew that, Twilight said. They both looked at Fluttershy. Oh, don't worry, I got Zephyr the perfect present, Fluttershy said. We don't have to worry about Sunbear marrying him this year. They all laughed, even Spike. We should get going as soon as possible, Applejack said to Fluttershy. I'm gonna run home and grab some things, and let them know I'll be out of town. I'll meet you at the train station. After trotting across town, Fluttershy entered her cottage with haste and was immediately paralysed with anxiety, drawing a complete blank on what she should pack for the trip. Is something troubling you? Discord asked from the couch, making Fluttershy shriek as she turned around in shock. Oh, Discord! I thought you were going to Manhattan for the midnight release of Ogres and Obulettes 5th edition, Fluttershy said. Yes. It is a few hours away by train, Discord said, looking at his bare wrist where a watch would be if he wore one. But I can get there in a snap. He snapped his fingers, and his packed travel bag appeared beside him on the living room floor. Oh, well, I need to pack a bag myself, Fluttershy said. The map called me back to Perilous Peaks. Discord raised an eyebrow. With Applejack? He asked. Yes, like last time, she answered as she looked in her refrigerator for her clothes to pack. Seems like a good opportunity if you ask me, he said. Fluttershy realised that her clothes were not in the refrigerator. Also, his words finally registered. Wait, opportunity? To finally tell her. Discord? I told you, Fluttershy, I'm not jealous. You are and always have been my very dearest friend. But I know that is all we will ever be, and I'm fine with that. But you deserve to have a special sun pony. Discord, please, Fluttershy sighed. She doesn't even have any idea how I feel about her. Shame on you, Fluttershy, he scolded. You do her a disservice with such an assumption. Just because she's better at masking her feelings than you doesn't mean she doesn't have every bit of your intuition. But isn't she dating Rainbow Dash? Fluttershy asked. Is that a fact? Discord asked. Well, I don't know for sure, she said. It wouldn't hurt to ask, would it? Seems rude, she said. It's not really any of my business, is it? If you're interested in her, isn't it? He asked. Discord snapped his fingers. Fluttershy's packed saddlebags appeared on her haunches. I packed you an extra scarf and sweater. Dress warm. I hear Perilous Peaks is expecting a cold snap in the coming days. At Sweetapple Acres, Applejack quickly packed her own bag. So, hopefully we can finish our friendship mission and make back in time for heartwarming, she explained to Big Macintosh and Sugar Belle. Be sure to let Apple Bloom know when she gets home.
Actually,
Big Mac started to say. Apple Bloom is staying with her special sun pony for the holiday, Sugar Belle said. Wait, what? Applejack sputtered. When were you all gonna tell me this? She asked.
Now-ish,
Mac said. They have been dating for a while now, Sugar reminded her, and she is a grown mare. Applejack grumbled something about traditionalism and sighed as she grabbed the last of her things for a travel bag. Well, if I'm not back in time, tell her I said, happy heartwarming. We will, Sugar assured her. On the train ride to Perilous Peaks, Applejack was still hung up on thinking about what to get her brother for heartwarming. Look, I just don't get why every pony keeps telling me to just get him an apple. Applejack huffed. We live and work on an apple orchard. He can get himself as many apples as he wants. It's the thought that counts, isn't it? Fluttershy asked. It is, Applejack agreed, and I want to show him I thought about more than just apples. Have you talked to Rainbow Dash about it? Fluttershy asked. Not particularly, no. Why do you ask? Applejack asked. Perspective? Fluttershy tried. Applejack seemed unconvinced. I don't know. I just figured she'd be the first pony you'd ask about anything. Well, why do you say that? Applejack asked. Isn't she your special sun pony? Fluttershy asked. Applejack laughed out loud. I'm sorry, Fluttershy apologized. I didn't mean to presume. No, it ain't that, Sugar Cube, Applejack said. I suppose I can see how you might get that idea about us. But me and Dash are, well, we ain't romantic, not with each other. Don't get me wrong, we love each other, but not like that. Well, what is it like? Fluttershy asked. I suppose it's more like a bromance with us, if mares can have that, Applejack said. If that makes sense. No, I understand, Fluttershy said. Discord and I are the same way. We're really close friends, but we're not romantic partners either. So, you don't have a mare friend, a special sun pony then? Fluttershy asked. No special sun pony, mare or stallion, Applejack answered. Not yet, anyway. The train slowed to a stop at perilous peaks, prompting Applejack to change the subject. Alright, we're here. Let's get it done and get home double quick. With the experience from their prior trip, Applejack and Fluttershy found the hidden passage to the Kirin village without any difficulty. The squirrels that had caught Fluttershy's attention before were nowhere to be found this time, likely hibernating for the season. Without the chatter of woodland creatures, their approach to the village was a quiet one. But that changed once they arrived. The Kirin village was a bustling den of conversations in the courtyard marketplace. Standing head and shoulders above the others, Rainshine saw the approach of the familiar outsiders. Applejack, Fluttershy, welcome back! She greeted enthusiastically. Hello again, Applejack replied. I wish I could say this was just a social call, but the map sent us back here. Do you know if any pony is having a friendship problem? Fluttershy asked. Rainshine rolled her eyes. You won't have to look far. Come with me. She waved for them to follow her into the main square. They followed her and the crowd of Kirin parted for Rainshine. As the tallest Kirin, she was the de facto leader, much like the pony hierarchy. As they got closer, Applejack recognized a particular voice above the rest of the din. Applejack! Autumn Blaze called out with an enthusiastic wave. The Kirin rushed over and hugged her super hard. Autumn? Applejack wheezed. Personal space, we talked about this. Oh, right, sorry, she apologized. I'm just super excited to see you again. You too, Fluttershy. Hello, we're here about another friendship problem, Fluttershy said. Oh, that would probably be Fernflare, Autumn said, pointing at the Kirin behind her. No, it's Autumn that's the problem, Fern said. Yup, I'd say we found it, Applejack muttered to Fluttershy. Alright, you two, what seems to be the problem? It's not really a problem per se, Autumn said, leading them to her home. After you two were here last time, I was curious about Equestria, so I did a bit of travelling to learn about all the things pony and bring it back to my village. She opened the door to her house built into a tree. I got my old place back when I rejoined the village, and my couch was even still here. But that's not the best part. Look! Autumn showed them around the inside of her home. I have the whole place decorated for heartwarming. It was true. She had the whole home trimmed to the nines with heartwarming decor. The front door had a wreath. There was a heartwarming tree, presents and festive ribbons. Even the halls were decked with bows of holly. On a second glance outside, it became obvious that Autumn's was the only home decorated as such. Oh, yeah, the other Kirin haven't really warmed up to the idea yet, Autumn explained. They have their own thing, but I just love the tale of heartwarming, the compelling story about the three tribes overcoming their differences and coming together in the magic of friendship. Autumn held up her copy of A Heartwarming Tale. I've read this book like 100 times. I read it for them too, but they don't seem to find it as interesting. You said they have their own thing? Fluttershy asked. What's that? Oh, they still celebrate Hanarika, Autumn said. Hanarika? Would you like to tell us about it? Applejack asked.
I'd rather sing. La 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 la. The Kirin celebrate Hanarika and not heartwarming. It lasts 8 days instead of 1, it's really kinda charming. Long ago in days of old, in the midst of winter cold, Wendigos all filled the skies, or so that's what we're told. My happy village huddled close around a tiny fire, but the flames went out, they were about to all quickly expire. One Kirin that had had enough of hiding in her shame, uncaged in rage they were aflame, salvation quickly came. They all made it through the night,
But one was not enough. The storm went on for 1 week more. Those 8 days and nights were rough. No Nerik had ever burned for more than 1 day at a time. But on she went, though her rage was spent. That's why we sing this rhyme. But Wendigo stayed in the sky until the 3 tribes came together in the magic of friendship. No, we can't forget the Nerik that saved her village from the cold. But it's the story part that maybe we could skip.
Really, I was just trying to tell them that the real heroes were the ponies that banished the Wendigos, Autumn said. Well, I know how important tradition can be, Applejack said, so I can't really blame them for wanting to keep theirs. Maybe we should learn more about how Hanirika is celebrated, Fluttershy suggested. Autumn shrugged. If you want, I'm sure my neighbour Fernflare would be happy to teach you. They stepped back outside. There were already snow flurries starting to fall as they walked over to Fern's home. Autumn knocked on her door. Hello again, Fern, Autumn greeted. Hello, Autumn. What can I do for you? My pony friends wanted to learn about Hanirika, and I told them you were the Kieran to ask. Oh, really? Fern grinned. Oh, don't be so smug. They're just curious. It's not like they're planning on converting. Come on inside, Fern said. I was just about to make dinner. I'll put out some extra plates. Autumn gasped. Oh my gosh, yes! You guys must be hungry from your trip. I don't want to be a bother. I'm fine, Fluttershy said, her stomach audibly objected. I insist, Fern said, waving them in. I hope you like hay burgers. Love 'em, Applejack said as they all sat down. Fern worked in the kitchen for a short while and then came into the dining room with a couple serving plates. Applejack looked at the hay burger on her plate. It was just a plain patty between 2 thin slabs of hard bread. Looks like your bread forgot to rise, Applejack said. Can I get a slice of cheese for mine? What? Fern gasped. You can't have cheese together with your hay burger? Why not? Applejack asked. Because it's against the rules, Fern said. Okay, but why though? Applejack asked. Because actually the scriptures were never really clear about the why, Fern admitted. Scriptures? Fluttershy asked. The Hanirika scrolls, Autumn said. Unfortunately, they were lost with the library in the big village fire when we all went Nerik that one time. Autumn walked into the kitchen to get the cheese. Come on, Fern, the great Kieran created the universe. Do you really think she's going to draw the lion in the deli aisle? What kind of goddess would send us to Tartarus for wanting a burger to have a little flavour? It's okay, Autumn, I don't want to be rude, Applejack said, waving it off. I can respect the rules, I was just curious is all. Besides, we're guests here. Suit yourself, Autumn said, slapping a slice of cheese on her own hay burger, earning a glare from Fern. So is Hanirika celebration like heartwarming? Fluttershy asked. Fern answered. Well, according to Autumn, Hanirika is a lot like heartwarming, takes place at the same time around the winter solace, and there's gift exchange. Autumn interrupted. Yeah, but instead of 1 good present, you get 8 mediocre presents. Oh, like this one. Autumn grabbed a 4-sided top from Fern's shelf and spun it on the table. Not while we're eating, Fern said. They finished their supper and Applejack helped clear the table. When she and Fern came back from the kitchen, the table was littered with gold coins. What in tarnation? Apparently we're gambling, Fluttershy said. We're gambling for dessert, Autumn cheered. Come on, grab a seat. You too, Fern. Fern rolled her eyes. Don't be like that, you love this game. It's the one cool thing about Hanirika. There are plenty of cool things about Hanirika, Fern said. Her stern expression broke into a grin as she took a seat at the table. But you're right, I do love this game. I don't know how I feel about gambling though, Applejack said.
Don't worry, they're not real bits, Autumn said, unwrapping one of the coins to reveal the chocolate inside. It's just for fun. Fern Flare explained the rules, showing them the symbols on each side of the top. You start out putting in the ante, then you spin, and you either get all, nothing, half, or put in more. They played a few rounds. The piles of chocolate coins moved around the table, but Fluttershy seemed to be the one accumulating the most. Autumn might have been winning more, but she was eating into her profits, literally. So, what's the purpose of this? Applejack asked. It's to teach foals about gambling, Autumn said. I really don't think that was the intention, Fern said. I think it's supposed to be a lesson about the unpredictable nature of life and fortune, or something like that. But mostly it's just something to do for 8 nights. We don't really have 8 nights, Applejack said. We have a holiday of our own we need to get back to. Look, I think the two of you are mature enough to still be friends. Autumn wants to explore new cultures, and Fern, you want to keep your traditions alive. Surely you can respect each other's differences and still be friends. Autumn, Blaze and Fern looked each other in the eye before turning their heads their way in unison. Then after a brief pause, Fern let out a sigh and turned towards Autumn Blaze with a hoof outstretched. Yeah, she said, offering a smile, which Autumn Blaze quickly returned, shaking her hoof in agreement. The flanks on Applejack and Fluttershy glowed, signalling a job completed. Whee! Done and done, Applejack said. I think this one was in record time too. Oh, are you guys leaving already? Autumn whined. Unfortunately, Fluttershy said. She's right. We need to get back to Ponyville before. She opened the door and was greeted with an Arctic blast. Snow was already piled up around the base of the doorway, and the wind howled as more snow filled the air to the point that they couldn't even see the homes across the courtyard. Guacamole! Applejack shouted as Fluttershy shut the door again. There's no way we'll be able to get back through the mountain pass in this, Fluttershy said. Looks like we're stuck here for the night, Applejack said. She looked at Fern Flare. I hate to impose. Fern shook her head and shrugged. I wouldn't even have a place to put you. My bed is tiny, and I don't want to make you sleep on the floor. You can crash at my place, Autumn said. My bed is big enough for the both of you, and like I said, I still have my old couch. Well, alright then, Applejack said. We just gotta trudge through the snow to get next door. You think you're up for it, Fluttershy? Fluttershy nodded as she dug through her bag. I'm just glad I packed my extra scarf and sweater. Autumn opened the door and led the way, stepping into the high snow drifts and pressing forward as her friends followed. The simple trip of going back next door to her home was arduous in the snow that was already up to their hips. Autumn and Applejack frantically dug with their hooves at the snow in front of her door, clearing the way just enough to get it open. The three of them tumbled through, landing in a sprawled pile on the carpet, tired, cold, and wet. Autumn closed the door quickly. Alright, if you two want to dry off and settle in on the couch, I can get some hot cocoa going, Autumn said. Applejack shook the wet snow out of her fur coat, and Fluttershy brushed herself clean of snow with her wings. Applejack sat on the couch by the fireplace, and Fluttershy sat next to her, keeping her wings spread to dry. Her wing accidentally draped over Applejack's shoulder. Oh, excuse me, Fluttershy apologised. She moved to pull her wing away. Applejack put her hoof on her wing to keep it where it was. No, it's okay. It's nice. Warm. Applejack leaned closer against Fluttershy. Autumn Blaze returned with a couple mugs of hot cocoa held in her magic. Here you both go. Be careful, they're hot. Fluttershy held her mug up to her mouth to take a careful sip. Even careful as she was, she still got whipped cream on her nose. Autumn giggled as Fluttershy's eyes crossed, blushing as she looked at the white blob on her snout. Applejack leaned over and gave her nose a chaste flick. Fluttershy blushed a little harder. Autumn turned and opened the chest beside the fireplace, peering inside and looking distraught back at the other two ponies. "Oh no, you guys are gonna hate me. I don't have any firewood." "What do you mean?" Applejack asked. "I meant to get some at the market today, but then you two showed up and I got all distracted." "Oh, this is bad," Autumn whined. "Grr, I always do this. I always screw something up."
This is so infuriating.
Tiny flames briefly appeared at the corners of Autumn's eyes before vanishing again. Fluttershy looked at the reading material on the coffee table. "Are those Power Ponies comics?" she asked. "Oh, these?" Autumn asked. "Yeah, ever since I met you guys, I've been into all things pony. It's part of the reason why I wanted to bring heartwarming back to the village. Obviously, you can see how well that's not going." "Well, you could just burn these," Fluttershy said of the comics. Autumn scoffed. "What? Are you crazy?" "Well, sure," Fluttershy said. "These are the old comics anyway. The new series is way better." Autumn's eyebrows caught on fire.
You don't mean Power Ponies Go, do you?
She snarled. "No, I mean Power Pony Life," Fluttershy said. Autumn shrieked.
Free!
Applejack whispered. "Fluttershy, are you trying to make her mad?" "Yes," Fluttershy continued. "The best part was when they gave the masked matter horn wings."
You can't just give some pony wings!
Autumn's whole body erupted into flames as she transformed into an angry Nyrick. "Whoa, Nelly!" Applejack shielded her eyes. She could feel the radiating heat coming off the Nyrick's flames.
Take it back!
Autumn screeched. "Okay," Fluttershy said. "Thank you for the warmth." Autumn looked at her flaming self.
I understand what you're doing now.
She calmed down and the flames went out. The cold draft coming off of the window glass returned to chill the room a moment later. Applejack huddled a little closer to Fluttershy. "Keep thinking angry thoughts," Fluttershy suggested. "I don't want to go out of my way to get mad about something," Autumn said. "That's not something a well-adjusted Kieran does." Fluttershy nodded. "What about in the second movie, when they changed Philly Second's voice?" Autumn burst into flames again and yelled.
You can't just change a character's voice!
She screamed.
That's her voice! That's not how we all thought she sounded, and they changed it!
Oh, the weather was so unpleasant, but the Nyrick was incandescent, with Fluttershy fueling hate. "It's the gate, it's the gate, it's the gate." Autumn, still a burning Nyrick, laid curled up on the stone hearth in front of the fireplace, stewing in anger over all the things she didn't like about what had happened in her comic series. Being angry was exhausting, but it served to keep her friends warm through the cold night. In the small hours of the morning, Applejack woke up to Fluttershy shivering against her. Autumn was back to being a cold Kieran on a colder stone slab. "Autumn," Applejack said. "Autumn!" Autumn Blaze blinked open her tired eyes and looked at her. "What?" "Humdrum and Radiance are the one true pairing," Applejack said. Autumn grit her teeth and reignited, seething for a couple hours more over Applejack's apparent lack of shipping taste. The mere mention of the 7th Power Pony's name was enough to have Autumn ablaze until dawn, and the storm had passed. The sun came out and melted away enough snow for Applejack and Fluttershy to be able to get back to the train station. They worked together to help carry Autumn to her bed. After being awake all night as a Nyrick, the Kieran had earned a nice long nap through the next day. "Just like the story of Hanirika," Fluttershy said. "Heh, yeah," Applejack agreed as they tucked their exhausted friend into her bed. "I can't imagine anyone doing that for 8 nights though." "I guess that's why they're still talking about it 1,000 years later," Fluttershy said. "It was miracle." The tip of Autumn's horn burned for a moment and then went out as she groaned.
That pun was awful.
And then she promptly fell asleep. On the train ride back to Ponyville, Applejack laid asleep, slumped against Fluttershy, wrapped in her wing. Fluttershy leaned against the window and watched the landscape go by. She opened her bag for something, and a tiny Discord appeared inside. "Did you enjoy that little cold snap?" he whispered with a sly grin. "That was you?" Fluttershy asked, quietly but sternly. "We could have froze to death." Discord laughed at Applejack, sleeping curled up inside Fluttershy's wig. "It looks like everything worked out," he said. "I imagine I'll be extending my trip for another day or so." He winked at her and vanished as a pair of hot cocoa mugs appeared in Fluttershy's hooves. "Smells good," Applejack mumbled as she blinked awake a moment later. She sat upright as Fluttershy gave her one. Applejack took a sip. This time it was her turn to get whipped cream on her nose. Fluttershy returned the favour of giving it a quick lick. "Are you going to go back to Sweet Apple Acres once we get back to Ponyville?" Fluttershy asked. "Suppose so," Applejack said, sipping her drink without wearing any more of it. "Why?" "Discord is still at his O&O convention," Fluttershy said. "Didn't you get him a ticket for that for heartwarming?" Applejack asked. "Yeah." "Oh, shoot! I still didn't get anything for Mac." Fluttershy dug around in her travel bag. All she could find was an apple that she hadn't eaten. "You could always give him an apple," she said. "He does love apples." "I suppose it'll have to do," Applejack said in resignation, accepting the apple as her gift to him. "Do you mind coming with me? I can't bear the thought of giving him this by myself." "Sure. The farm is on the way home from the train station anyway." Applejack took off her hat and hung her head in shame as she walked into her farmhouse. "Well, Mac, I know it ain't much, but happy heartwarming." She placed the apple on the kitchen table. Sugarbell smiled. "Oh, Applejack, it's the thought that counts," she said cheerfully. In fact, Sugar looked like she was practically glowing. "I think just having the place to ourselves for a night was gift enough." "Yep." Big Macintosh sat at the kitchen table with a big goofy grin plastered on his face. Applejack looked back and forth between them, and then behind her through the doorway at Fluttershy standing out there in the front yard, nervously shuffling her hooves. She hadn't mentioned that Discord wouldn't be at the cottage. It was an invitation. Applejack blushed and looked back at the newlyweds. "Well, how about another night to yourselves then?"
It's the Mystery Pony Fiction Channel. Mystery. Also available as a podcast on Spotify. Pony and Dizzy Moonbow is best pony, by the way.